Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, December the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and I forgot to turn on the mic in the main room. So here I am again. You guys on YouTube heard me. So welcome to the Pre-Market Show, guys, for Monday, December the 8th. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me in our YouTube room. Also, thank you, RC Bremen, and you can hear me in the main room and see my screen. All right, guys. Well, PGL. Here's my tale of woe. I left the room. I can't remember what time I left the room on Friday, around 2:15 or so. I actually ended up taking this one a little bit around the 26 mark, I think, and I sold some. I sold some at around the 27.50, 28 mark. Very happy with myself, and came back to see that it got up to $88. So here's what I'm going to try to do today. I'm going to take a wild fling at this CETX. Unbelievable volume already. 40 million in the float. 40 million shares have traded. Only 740,000 in the float. So I may take if this gets over 10 again, I may have to take a little run at this one and hold it. And I have no idea if I lose. Well, I wouldn't lose all my money on it. I mean zero. Even with the zero, I mean what I mean is whatever I invested, put into it. But I am, I mean, it's sinking pretty brutally now. It got up to 20, but we'll see. I have a couple of price alerts. In fact, I better put my price alert, reset it around 10:41. I want to see if it gets back over 10, reclaims it, and yeah. So that's the CETX. That's the wild one so far today, just because of the volume and the float. TGL, well, it's an extension, of course, on Friday. WVE is not it's not a low float. 134 million in the float, not a low float. This is only phase one. My goodness, positive data for its weight loss drug. I think it's only early stage study. I think it said phase one, but it's an amazing move, guys. I mean, that's an amazing move. If that float is right, 134 million. That's an amazing move. FULC is another one that's popping this morning. Trading higher now. There's been some analysts coming into this one. Cantor Fitzgerald raising their price target from 50 to 24. RBC, well, a little less, from 7 to 10 by RBC, but Cantor Fitzgerald. Sir, Goldman Sachs maintains coverage with early stage biotech. So I think we saw that on Friday, didn't we, with Goldman Sachs? Wainwright raising a target from 18 to 25. Just looking, I want to see if I thought maybe Goldman Sachs also talked about this one on Friday. I may be wrong. William, I doubt very much well, okay, let's take a look at PHGE. Probably the only thing they do. They're discontinuing their trial, their phase 2B trial, and reducing staff, reducing their workforce. PHGE, so just getting slammed down on that. Probably don't do too much else, but you never know with these things. These little bounces can be amazing. That's the PHGE. MTVA, yeah. So, Obi, you mentioned that were they reverse splits on Friday or just recent ones? The TGL and the MTVA were they actually reverse splits on Friday itself? Because then that especially the TGL to do what it did on Friday. So they were reverse splits on that day. Okay, well, you're right then. Remember I was saying how I hadn't seen too much action with the reverse splits. Well, certainly that one. I wonder when CETX did their reverse split. Because they obviously have done many with that float. Aha! So there's so Netflix is being outbid now by PSKY for WBD. So there's a bidding war. Am I shorting SMX? I don't think I have shorts available. Yeah, no. Still, I mean, I mean, look, it's come down from almost that 500 level to 227, but it's still an amazing move from what it was. Well, what day was that? That was on November 26th, so maybe a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago. $4 stock getting up to 500. There's no scan for reverse splits. No. Many websites out there that will tell you though when a company is doing a reverse split. Okay, so there's many. I think the dilution tracker is one of them. I don't know what one Obi uses, but many websites out there. But no, we do not have a scan for it. No. OCOU. I know somebody's been talking about that one. OCUL. I don't see it right here. Must not be up 17. Yeah. So my low one right there is 18%. So this is up 17.97%. Lofty targets again. RBC raising its target from 24 to 30. Wainwright's in here. From 19 to 21 by Wainwright. So, and they had news, plans to accelerate their acronym submission deadline timeline. Okay, new drug application. So yeah, William on the PHGE. I know it's a super cheap one. Probably nothing else is going on with this other than maybe people looking at bounces, but I don't. Especially when they're going to chop their workforce, discontinue the plan or their trial. I did see KYMR. Okay, let's see what the good news is. KY, yeah, no kidding. Trading higher after the company reported just phase 1B though. Phase 1B, phase 1B. I mean, this is the early stages of these trials, for it to move probably a low float. Not well, it's not crazy low. I mean, it's only 59 million. I mean, you shouldn't say that. It is 59 million, so it's not a crazy low float. So that's a pretty big move on that news. That is shortable for me. AYMR is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So WBD, of course, ripping a little bit on the Skydance new Paramount Skydance news. Basically, trying to outbid Netflix as a $54 billion debt commitments from BOA, City, Apollo, etc. I don't know how Netflix is buying them or what the proposal was. Now let's see, has Netflix gone up or down because of that? Yeah, it's basically flat. Thinking a little bit here. Well, always nice to be in a bidding war if you're in that company. Okay, thank you, William. Regarding the PHGE. Well, okay, did a reverse split today. WKHS did a reverse split today. So maybe we are getting back into the reverse split mania again. You know what? This was announced. I wonder when this was actually announced, though. Was it announced today that the first time? You know, we had one that happened, well, so long ago, maybe a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago, when there was no forewarning that there was going to be a reverse split, and they did it in the pre-market. I don't know if this is the same thing. Anyway, that is, you got to be careful, obviously. So I wonder if that is the right float then, 2 million in the float, or is it even less? So you do use dilution tracker. Well, that's what dilution tracker has, 2 million in the float for WKHS. Meanwhile, wow, actually, PSKY is moving higher on this news. Okay, sometimes that doesn't happen. The potential acquiring company does not move higher. So okay, so this was not out of the clear blue then for the WKHS. But here's the PSKY guy, so ripping higher now. Do you remember that one that did the reverse split in the pre-market, and it caught everybody by surprise? And brokerages didn't really know how to how to deal with it. People made a lot of money. It was probably at least a year ago. At least a year ago. Well, yeah, PSKY and WBD just ripping. Now, what is Netflix going to do? So they're actually so they're going well pre-merger notification filing with the FTC on Monday. So today, what is Netflix going to do? Boy, we're back into these low flow. Well, not so much in full force. Let me call it that, or let me phrase it that way. These low float mania stocks. All right, guys, 9:14. So yeah, I might even have to create a little top list with micro floats, like anything under 2 million. Um, okay, let's take a look at some of the major sectors and see what they've say where they are now. The start of this week. Take a look at that. Always start off with energy, but then Obi, you'd miss out on the SMX. I thought of that under a million, but SMX got 1.05 million. So that's why I thought, okay, maybe make it under 2 million. Okay, XLE, XLE. Actually, I just want to take a look at XLB. That was reasonably close to the 200 day. Yeah, that's close to the 200 day. XLV. So, you know what? XLV healthcare stocks are starting to slide now, getting back down to that 200 day. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. That is, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I mean, the 200 day is way down here, but they are starting to, after that's a nice move off, they're starting to drift it down a little bit. Healthcare stocks. So let's see where consumer staples is. XLP. Yeah, it's still underneath. I think that's the only one, guys. I think that is the only major sector. The 200. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought you're in. Oh, you know that you're saying when I thought I'd make maybe a top list of low float stocks. iBio. So yeah, we talked a little bit about iBio. Don't see any news on it. Not today, anyway. Don't see any news. It is through the 200-day moving average. Pretty low float, not crazy low. 22 million through the 200-day moving average. Might struggle to get through two. A little surprised at the CETX the way it's drifting down. I thought there'd be a lot more enthusiasm for it, maybe propping over 10, but I may be wrong on this one completely. I'm still waiting to see if it takes out 10 again, just because of the massive volume in it. No news though. There's actually no news that I could see. But look at that float, 740,000 in the float. Yeah, WBD continues to make new highs here, guys. WBD continues to make new highs on that. Well, I guess they're calling it a hostile takeover. Yeah, hostile bid now. I guess hmm. All right, guys, 9:19. So I think I'll a couple more minutes. I'll get my 9:30 layout up and running. Anything else here that could be interesting? NRIX. Yeah, this is holding its gains too. Okay, trading higher after the company announced new only phase 1A, phase 1B. I mean, just really early on, but new clinical data, and it is not a low float. 100 million in the float, up 20%. That's a big move, just based on phase 1AB. JF. This had a big day. Well, had a big day on Friday, but look what happened. Okay, this got up to JFBR got up to 369. Look where it closed, way down here at 158. I mean, that's a massive sell-off. It was still up. It wasn't even up for the day. No, because the day before it closed up here, so it still wasn't even up for the day. So yes, Jeff's Brands, low float, Israeli stock. You know, I know it's up 20%, but boy, that is a big sell-off. Now WBD continues. Look how close it'll get to the 30. That's the offering price from KSY. See if see any comments from Netflix. So you know what? There you go. I mean, you think the deal's done, and I'm sure Netflix thought this deal was done, but nope, not yet. Anyway, exactly. I mean, if it gets into a true bidding war, all right, guys, I'm going to get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So just give me a moment. Always save my layout. Well, I thought I saw like a $5 billion breakup fee, William. I thought I read that this morning, something like a $5 billion breakup fee. That In fact, let me see. I think I can actually. This is an email that I get every morning. So let me just take a look. All right. See if I can find that. Yeah. Chances are high that Netflix thinks that there was some way and get the deal through. I think this was more about your government talking about it, but nothing to do with Paramount. But deal through if there is this much money on the line, as well as a $5.8 billion breakup fee. But potential hostile challengers may come from other WB suitors like Paramount, and there you go. So it has come, but so there's a $5.8 billion breakup fee. Well, it's you would think, well, to me it looks like Netflix would have to pay that if somehow they pulled out of the deal. Obviously, it wouldn't have to pay that now. Okay, guys, so these are now the top six. Okay, the top six compared to the top 15 that I had the pre-market actives up. These are the top six. I don't think I talked about BDRX. BDRX. Not sure why I didn't talk about it. TWG. Yeah, this is this other, yeah, real crazy one, guys. Another China, super low float. It's an impressive move, guys, for WVE. It's only interim data. I mean, it's phase one or something like that. And yeah, there are a lot of shares available for me. That's a huge move, though, with that float. We'd be up 67% with that float. And in my opinion, I mean, it's only phase one. If it was phase three, okay, but it's an obesity drug. Not shortable for me, of course. TGL, not shortable for me. Yeah, that makes sense, GB. Yeah, whoever breaks it pays. So yeah, so that would be $5 billion into Netflix, $5.8 billion. But obviously, an extra $2 a share from PSKY. I guess I don't know if that makes sense for if it goes ahead like that. All right, guys, 928 and a half. So the other reverse splitter, MTVA, through the 200-day moving average. Low float. Wow. Amazing. We're getting so used to these now. 530,000 in the float. That's why I thought the other one might have because I mean, this is only traded a million shares. Okay. And this one is traded now. CETX is traded how many shares? 43 million shares. But there's no question it's sliding away. Let's see what happens when at 9:30. See if there's any enthusiasm at all for it. All right, guys, it is now 20 seconds to the 9:30 open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Was all very, very aware of my gap continuation scan or gap continuation or reversal scan. Nothing will happen here until at least 9:45, and that's by design. All right, let's keep an eye on that CETX, see if it has any sort of a flurry at the beginning. And we have we had a halt pre-market, but Tara was active, of course. Okay, so Tara had a pull. So it got hammered down. I can't remember exactly why it got hammered down. Maybe some bad news and all, but it did close fairly well. And it looks like it's trying to bounce again, and that's Tara. All right, CETX guys is now at least over 9. Oh, and it got halted. It just got halted too. Woo! All right, just got halted. LICN was halted on the way down. So CETX just got halted. Now, when I first saw it, I saw 10 flashed up here, but we'll see. So this screen you see here, this blue window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? As you're wondering, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price at 9:15. Can't see the symbol, but it is CETX. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open, okay? Yeah, the trade of the week is, what is it? Oh, yeah, ONDS. That is from us, of course. Free service. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And yeah, the trigger is 9:35. Pre-market doesn't count. Okay, pre-market does not count. I mean, you can do whatever you want with it, of course, but pre-market does not count. Okay, so this is triggered. Okay, this is triggered. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Okay, so that is the trade of the week. The trigger is 9:35. I think the stop was around 8. Again, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. All right, let's see what's happening in this. So the OCUL, yeah, making wow, nice move, very nice move for this OCUL. A lot of several analysts piling into this with some pretty lofty price targets. TGL, that looks like it's halted on the way down, and the answer is no. What? That was not halted on the way down. It was moving down, but it ended up popped, so not halted on the way down. TGL. And WHLR halted on the way up. Another now this is another one of those low floats, crazy low floats. 690,000 in the float. Path is still alive here, guys. This is a very active one last week. Big, yeah, a lot of action last week on Path. Continuing the ATH. GPCR, well, I can only tell you what Dilution Tracker says. GPCR. Yeah, no, I don't. Who said it was a low float? Uh, it's 168 million shares. So who said it was a low float movie? Okay, the LICN opened lower. Boy, I'm getting thumped here. If there's any news on this one. FULC, another wow, another nice move in the pre-market. Faded though. I mean, 1649, and it got down to 1282. So, but it's trying to come back now. It's making a 930 high. All right, CETX just opened, guys. See if it has a bit of a run here. Nope. Interesting. I thought maybe it would. Oop, looks like it's going to get halted on the way down now. CETX, yeah, halted on the way down. So interesting action. I would have thought after that first halt, getting over 9, but there's no guarantees. VKTX. Let's take a look at VKTX moving down here. Oh, I see. I see. No, what you mean? Halted. Yeah, the volatility halt or the GPCR. Yeah, I mean you're right. I mean you don't see large floats, pretty large float stocks being halted, but it's just it's math, whatever the math is. But it's definitely not a low float stock. LEGN, wow, another one just getting hammered here. And the market, okay, the market. The market was, and it looked like it had a very decent potential open, but look at this. So the down, let's see, it started at 920. These are 5-minute candles, bars. So we've been selling off since 920, fading, not a massive sell-off or anything. Bitcoin is off $500, a little over $500. All right, now TGL is okay. Now that got halted on the way down. SMX probably halted on the way down. These things are starting to give it up in a big way. Excuse me, GPCR opened higher. CEO says it could have best-in-class weight loss drugs, another weight loss play, along with the WVE. So the couple of weight loss stocks going crazy today, and they're both of them. I don't know if there's no tie-in with them, right? WVE, and because they're both about the same float. WV and they, so I mean GPCR has 168 million, WVE has 134 million. So they're both large float stocks making big percentage moves. You look, Packard had earnings, I believe, on Friday. Yeah, the reaction was on Friday. Yes. Yeah, good. It was a good one too because it closed near the high, and it's continuing today. So HPE is a earnings play continuation so far, anyway. CGTL is trying to come back. Real cheap one. So if you're into the really cheap ones, this is under $1. It's still 8 cents below Friday's close, but this is starting to trying to move back. That is a CGTL, low float. Oh man, GPCR just got halted again, guys, on the way up. GPCR halted on the way up again. Big moves, 82% now. Couple of weight loss drugs, WVE 83%, so they're up. They're both up about the same percentage. Macy's, I think Macy's had earnings. Was it last week? Yeah, had earnings last week. Not bad, but starting to move down now, guys. Macy's M. Okay, CETX opened. Okay, well, opened lower. WVE continues. This has not been halted. The other weight loss drug was halted has been halted several times now. And why no halt? Well, it didn't. Whatever the math is, it didn't kick in. Oh, SMX. Well, okay, now really giving it up now underneath 200. Just opened. GTLB. Happening with this one. Is another weight loss drug? No. Okay, GTLB. GitLab. GTLB. Okay, so this. Wow, got room, guys. A lot of room for this one. $43 is. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. 43.69. Had earnings. Got hammered down on earnings, though. It did get from 43 down to 35, hammered down. I mean, a really substantial percentage move down, but trying to come back. But the room it's got, yeah. I mean, that high on when was that? That was on December 2nd. So last week, of course, last week, not quite a week ago. 43.64 was the high. Bio halted on the way up. Oh, it just resumed though, right? Just resumed. And some X just opened and way lower. Yeah, so that's it was the iBio guys. Well, look at CETX. So now we're starting to get some in here. Well, I'm glad I waited for the CETX. This is just a classic pump and dump. I mean, there was no reason. I didn't see any news on it either. Meanwhile, GPCR just opened and it opened a little higher, continuing to move up a little bit anyway. GPCR. Lucid on the way down. Excuse me. LCID on the way down, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just looking at a couple of the ones from our. So there's WVE. I mean, it just got. Yeah, this is shortable for me too. This was shortable for me. Sort of lost sight of it a little bit. I mean, I know it's a long suggestion from our AI, but again, only on phase 1/B news. And with that sort of a run, a lot of halts or zooms this morning already. HWH, I saw this one in the pre-market. What's it doing now? Up 44%. HWH. We've seen this one. Remember this week? Back in September, this week, first week of September went crazy. Well, this low floater reversing now, so not shortable. Yeah, not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. This was flying high also this morning. NRIX. This is a gap up and reversal play. Okay, I'm just looking at some of these. They're a little early still, but gap up and reverse. Wow, 2080. Well, 2085 was the trigger. It's a little bit above that right now. Yeah, you're talking about the sugar P, SUGP, another low float. Okay, I see CETX did open. My feeling was that maybe, just maybe, the people who are in SMX and the TGL that is now really starting to fade might look for another one and get into this one. But so far, it may happen later. I'll have a price alert at 10 level just in case it happens later on. But look, here's another one, guys, that is fading badly. WKHS. Now, why do I have a price alert here for IMTX? IMTX. Oh, on the way down. Okay. Must have done that on, well, sometime last week, probably. What's the volume like for the sugar pea? SUGP volume is, yeah, I mean, it's, good volume, 1.28 million, but it pales looking. That's why I just thought maybe the CETX. I mean, there's so much volume, 48 million shares. But I have my price alert up in this area just in case it happens later on. Yeah, it exited at 332 on the stop, IQ, and at 950. So what is there a question? I mean, you asked, does it? So the answer is yes. And when you say, is it trading in the background? What does that mean? What do you mean by that exactly? You mean, is it on another scan? Another scan of some sort? FM, FMST? I don't know what you mean by in one of the TI servers. I don't know what you mean. I mean, obviously FMST could be on another scan. I mean, it's up 12%. Relative volume is 7. Depends on what your scan parameters are, but sure, if that's what you mean. I don't have it anywhere because for whatever reason, it's not meeting the filter requirements here, and it's not. It wasn't a big enough gapper. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at. Couple things on my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Wow, Weyerhaeuser, big, nice move. Big float, 718. That's a big float, not an earnings play. WY, see if there's any, I don't see any news on Weyerhaeuser, WY. Again, this is not shortable for me, unfortunately, WKHS, not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Boy, this halted again on the way down, CETX. Well, all I can say, I'm glad I waited for 10. Man, oh man, I am a little surprised. I know I keep saying that, but just because of the volume. HYMC, another one, another low. Well, surprised the float is that big. I know they did a reverse split a while back. HYMC. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now back. Morning, Michelle, in our YouTube room. All right, let's see what this one is doing. A gap up and go. Okay, so gap up and go, and the alert was at 2356, so it hasn't really moved that much. The next high looking left is 2398. So there's not enough room for me. There's a couple of stallings right there. You can see right at the same price. Call it 24. Takes out 24, then it's got some room but a dollar and a half to the next high. But between the current price and 24, I just don't know. I don't know if it's going to get. Well, obviously, I don't know if it's going to get there, but it makes it so that it's not that interesting to me. All right, guys, we've got a re-entry for the WVE. A re-entry. If you have our AI, you should know what I'm talking about. We have a re-entry price for the WVE. It's already gone by it, but which is a good segue. It's 10 o'clock now, so I'm going to go over my homepage, including all the scans, all the information that I am sharing, not just scans, but compare count windows, top list windows, races. A great short on this NRIX on a reversal play. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. You're going to find a way at the very top how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use this code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off all the plans. The 2 monthly plans, the premium and standard monthly, and the 2 annual plans, the premium and the standard. Okay. Now, if you take out a monthly plan, the discount is only good for the first month, just so you know. And as always, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and what I call, for those of you in YouTube, the trading room, another room. Okay. YouTubers, you can come in this room if you want. A lot more action in this room in terms of number of participants. Okay. And this room is open at about 6:45 to 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. And then I open YouTube around 8:30, and I get on the mic in both rooms at around 9 o'clock Eastern time. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45, which would be 4:45 my time. CTEX is the mess. Now, when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. But after I leave, most of the time, William keeps the room open. It's up to him for how long. He's already told me that tomorrow he will not be in the room at all. So, Obi, that might be you tomorrow if you want. But today, William will probably keep the room open after I leave. But again, it's up to him for how long. Sometimes it's 3:30, 3:45, 4. And if you keep scrolling down a little bit, here is the trade of the week. This is free. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. If you don't see it in those 2 folders, contact us. We'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. Okay. And it is free. These are longer term ideas. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. I know it triggered this morning. There's always, when you get the email, you'll see the suggested entry price, and there is a stop. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do. So if you click on the education section, the more info, and scroll down a little bit, getting started with Trade Ideas, first thing you have to do. 12 short videos, and that will get you started, okay? If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, you can start off with that second video and go to the last one. Again, they're very short videos. It should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing, and maybe that makes sense for you to at least try us for a month, okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. And if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are, the custom. They're not all scans. These are 2 races, the large cap gainers and the biggest gainers. Okay, this is well, as it's named, large cap race. This is a wide open race, a lot more volatile. Okay, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is over here. And then this is my go-to scan now, guys, the gap continuation or reversal scan. This is generating the ideas for me all day. I do have a couple of others that I don't have up and running, momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan, okay? The fact I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that I've decided to just concentrate on these 2. And I've been doing that now for several weeks. Gives me certainly enough ideas. So if you have any questions about these scans or races or compare count windows, just let me know. This is a trading room, but it's a support room. Both rooms, trading rooms, but they are support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. So William says he'll keep the room open till 3:45-ish today. Now, just a word about my for those of you who are new, I know I go over this every day, but if you're new to all this, what I've done here, and sometimes I just like to reemphasize that this is the repeating version. This is a multi-strategy window, what we call a multi-strategy window. That's why it says M there. This is an alert window. That's why it says A. Multi-strategy window. Basically, what you can do is you can put different alert windows. You can amass different alert windows and put them into one window. Typically, the use of it is when you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor. You've got several alert windows, so you can put them into one window. Okay, that's typically the reason why a person uses a multi-strategy window. Screen space, not a problem for me, but what I do like to do is take similar scans and put them into a multi-strategy window. So if I right click, these are the scans that I got in there. A gap up and go, a gap down and reverse, a gap up and reverse, and a gap down and go. So a gap up and go meant that a stock gapped up. The filters I've got, I think it's 40 cents. Minimum gap is 40 cents and maybe up at least 4%. That's the first print of the day, the first trade of the day. So met all those filter requirements plus minimum volume and things like that. And then it made a new high. So that's a gap up and go. Now, just because I get an alert on it, doesn't mean it's going to keep moving in that direction, but at least I know about it. And then the gap down and reverse, same sort of thing, gap down, and then it reversed. The gap up and reverse, it gapped up, and now it's starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go, that's usually a clobbered down stock. It gapped down and it kept going down. Okay. But when I say kept going down, doesn't mean it's going to keep going in the direction all day long. So you have some options here. I mean, maybe a lot of you just like to play reversals. Okay. So you could just uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go. Some of you only want to go long. The gap up and go and the gap down and reverse are a couple of long ideas. These are short. The other two are short ideas. However, I will say this. I like to, I would not want to limit myself just because something was a gap up or how about this one, a gap down and go, it could find a base somewhere and then start to move higher. So it could turn into a long. Okay. The gap up and reverse, the same sort of thing, gapped up, reverse, but then started reverse back up again. So I like to use this like a watch list. And so this is how I use it like a watch list. I take this scan and the DR stands for don't repeat. So I'm only going to see the stock the first time, one time only. Look at the CETX. Wow. So you can see I'm seeing CETX over and over again, but the first time I had the alert on it was at 9:45 at 7:55, the price. Now, the only time I will see a stock twice in this list is if it happens to trigger on another scan. So right now, this is the C. Like, I don't think there's one right now. But this creates the watch list for me. This is what I watch all day. Okay, guys. So if you've got our AI, I hope you've added. Make sure you've got that the reentry price column. Okay, make sure you've got the reentry price column because yes, WVE actually got stopped out, but then you had a reentry at 1421. Okay, so if first of all, if you're kind of new to the program, but you have our premium service, and you're wondering about the AI, how to use it, how to best. Well, I don't say best use it. I will show you how I use it. Okay. And I'll show you what I do, what I think you probably should be looking at, especially to uncomplicate it. But make sure you've got the reentry column. Well, the bloom is definitely off these low floaters now. TGL, obviously CETX. The SMX, actually, I thought I saw it. Yeah, no, it's now. I'm just going to say MTVA is now a gap up and go, but you got to be careful. I mean, obviously, be careful. The float, 530,000 in the float. It is a reverse split today. All right, I see SUGP just got halted on the way down. Afraid to look at GPCR right. Well, not afraid, but GPCR. Yeah, I mean, it is still that's an astonishing move, guys, and it is shortable for me at some point. I mean, 168 million in the float. That's a pretty big float to be up 146%, 146%. And again, I mean, it's mid stage. Okay, so it's at least phase two. WVE was phase one on their drug. These are both weight loss drugs, but this is now just completely taken over. Well, this one still has a little bit of room. WVE has a little bit of room still on the monthly chart. 1643 is the next high, so that was back in December of last year, so about a year ago. That's a high of a year ago. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Uh, should be back now. The sound should be back. So the WVE guys, I mean, the difference between this one and the GPCR, GPCR is a lifetime high, no resistance whatsoever, zero. Okay, on the charts. This one is, it's got little areas where it could stall. GPCR had none, zero. And it halted on the way down finally. Yeah, halted on the way down. I mean, it's no, it's a weight loss drug. Weight loss drug. There was news. Who are you using for news, Alan? They definitely had news. CEO says it could be the best in class weight loss drug. Well, Fidelity must have some news. I mean, this is it certainly was news for the GPCR after a weight loss drug succeeds mid-stage trial. I was amazed. But William has Fidelity, so you use Fidelity, right? In terms of what do you use for news? Well, I know you've got your news service, William, so you probably get it from there. But does Fidelity not have that news for G? Okay, thank you. So Fidelity does. So you must be looking in the wrong area, Alan. Yeah, CETX might have got halted on the way up, but I mean, yeah, I mean, this is what I use for, my news really, Interactive Brokers, and it's pretty good. I mean, it's not a pay service or anything like that, but I think it's pretty darn good as part of the service. I have to admit, this is a pretty good move for MTVA. It's a reverse split today. Good move in that I don't see any news on it other than the reverse split. A lot of times these companies they'll do a reverse split, and sometimes the day of the reverse split they'll put out any sort of news they can, whatever. But most of the time, it's usually if they're going to do it, it's usually several days after. But because that is, it must be just because it's a low float. Or they're just going to hold on to their shorts, Miko. Lucid is dropping right now, I think, right? I saw it earlier. Yeah, I mean, or the people who are shorter, they're happy. I mean, this is now almost it's almost a lifetime low. And that looks like the lifetime low down here, 1147. So why would you close out your short position if you've got this short right now anyway? Well, this WVE is definitely piggybacking on this. Well, I shouldn't say definitely, but you would think it's piggybacking on this GPCR because it's nowhere near, in my opinion, anyway, advanced. All right, Wainwright. So you're raising your price target from 46 to 60 for Dyne, DYNE. Okay, so that's Wainwright. Anybody else is, and there is news up 10% after, well, it's up more than that now after positive early stage data for its muscle wasting drug. So again, these are early stage. So I'm going to call it phase one, stage one. But when you say the stock valuation is $20, but those are, you're talking about analysts putting price targets on. I mean, just because they say that, of course, doesn't mean it's going to happen. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. I mean, if we're that simple, that analysts are saying, well, depending on who it is, of course, but Lucid going to be $20 by the end of the year. Sure, let's everybody pile into it. But seriously, I mean, it's almost a lifetime low. Are you in it? Is that why you're asking more questions about it, or? But you can just tell. I mean, it's a stock near a lifetime low. Well, this is a really nice. So there's the next high looking left, guys, 1640 on that monthly chart. Then after that, 1674. I mean, my goodness. So I'm going to say it one more time. If you don't have the reentry column, look at that reentry, 1421 for, so yes, it got stopped out. Okay. It did get stopped out. If you took it early, at 943 and you liked the way it was trading. Actually, let me see if what happened after that, 1443, just out of curiosity. I mean, you could have made money on it. You could have made a little bit of money on it, but a lot of people just wait for a reentry. Okay. Using our AI, just wait for a reentry. May not get very many over the course of the day. And are they all going to work as well as this one? No. But what happens is you get a better price, of course, a better entry price. And this is just ripping. I mean, the WVE, I mean, it's just ripping. And all the reentry is just halfway. If a stock in our AI hits the stop price at any time, which of course you can see it did, 1443 right there. That was the original alert. 14 was the stop. Obviously, it hit it. And if it comes halfway between 14 and 1443, which in this case is about 1421, you're going to get another alert. Okay. And an opportunity. So if you took it the first time, okay, as long as you made your stop, you could get back in and what a run. Or you just wait for reentries all day. And there is a reentry for the FMST. It hasn't done the same thing as, I mean, they're not all going to be like, wow, excuse me, guys, I'm just looking at the market. Yeah, we are definitely in a downtrend now, today on a 5 minute. So HLIT is another one from the gap scanner. And next high looking left is 1154 on the monthly chart. And down goes the iBio. Now, is it coming into any sort? Well, no. I was wondering if it may be coming into the VWAP. Maybe that would hold it, but underneath the VWAP now, yeah, there are shares available for me to short, but it's too late for me now. POAI. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time. POAI halted on the way. Oh, it resumed. I see. Okay, so it got halted at 595. So yeah, on the way down, I guess. POAI. Pretty low float, 20 million in the float. All right. Well, I have this one thumbnail. It hasn't really moved that much. Got hammered down in the pre-market. PHGE discontinuing their drug trial, and also chopping staff. And just was wondering if maybe it could have any sort of a bounce. Not really, not yet. Anyway, there's the VWAP. That purple line in my chart is the VWAP, so it's just underneath it. Well, here's another one that this is a gap down and go at the beginning of the day. I mean, Affluence was had a great run up to 2350, but now it's a gap down and go. Look at the WVE, guys. Reentry. I guess everybody who has our AI has got that reentry column, because nobody's asking me about it, and you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't have that reentry column and you have our AI. Now there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for this one. A lot of shorts, 2 million. So there are a lot of shorts available. So certainly that's not an. If I ever did think it's going to finally run out of steam and try to, I just find it so hard for me anyway. It's hard to predict. You know how tops and bottoms. Look at TGL now. Oh, it's got up to 80 something. I think I told you guys, if you're around in the pre-market, didn't quite cry, but this is one that I actually took on Friday, late, fairly late. Made about $1.50 on it. Was pretty proud of myself. And it was around the 28 level. And then I came back later and I saw it was up at 80. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always work, KJ, but if that's all you did, to use the AI. Just wait for reentries. Wouldn't be the worst thing. They're not all going to work, of course, but of course, it always gets you in at a better price, lower than the original alert. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that. How much extra cost is the AI option? So Dave Sanders from our YouTube room, about $100 a month. Okay, it's about $100 a month. If you're on a month to month, probably get you a discount on the first month, but it's about $100 a month. Let me just see what it is. So on a monthly basis, so 89, 179. Yeah. Again, this is that's full price. You probably get you 15% off the first month if you upgraded for a month, but it's about $100 a month. Keep telling them, add the reentry price profit percent also, because I mean, what that 14.5% it reflects is the from 1443, but obviously from 1421, it's a little bit more. I mean, promote it. I mean, seriously. Mm, this is just getting shellacked. How many signals a day? Probably less than 10. Okay. I mean, I actually don't really know. I mean, but I would probably say less than 10. On Friday, there were only 3, but I would say typically less than 10. Now, profitability, because we don't, all depends on how you use it. For instance, somebody who took WVE at the beginning and didn't and got stopped out and didn't get back in, they would look at that as a loss. Okay, so it all really depends. I use it like a watch list. Okay, so it's and so there's no automation of it. There's no target or anything like that. So profitability can really vary from depending on your trading style and your expertise. So we don't have any statistics. Okay, there's nothing you can point to saying this is the profitability. I wonder about this CETX either tomorrow or because this is basic. I mean, won't be surprised if it just goes flat. I mean, it's got to get back. It's got to drop another $2. But I mean, what a sell-off! Ah, good. You know how to get it? Okay. So you can add the reentry time also and the reentry price if you want to add the stop, but you can add these three columns and you can get a sound alert on this also, okay? Don't forget to put a sound alert on your AI so that when you get an alert, you'll know to look at your AI, and you'll also get an alert on the reentry. It'll be the same sound. You know how to do that, Joseph, in terms of adding a sound alert? Okay. And now, Dave, I'm not Dave Sanders in our YouTube room. I'm not saying that this, it's going to work like this every single time, of course, on a reentry. But I mean, in this particular case, I mean, this WVE, and it had news. I mean, it had some news, and I'm just amazed. That's a huge percentage move with that float. The only issue is that it's early data, but okay, it's obesity drug trial, very early data, but the market is rewarding it. No, it's not available at Interactive Brokers either. CETX not available at Interactive Brokers either to short. If you have Cobra or Centerpoint or Trade Zero, though I'm always amazed when William says, "Oh, we've got shorts for CETX at Fidelity or E-Trade." But that is, and this one also got up to $20 in the pre-market. If you back this out a little bit, let me get to a higher time frame. Look at the pre-market. I mean, this got, believe it or not, got up to 20, a little over $20. That's why I thought, okay, that pulled back. I thought if it could hold 10, and if it hold 10, it might get going again. Not even close though, and it's halted again. But that's why I put price alerts, guys. I don't try to anticipate something's going to happen. I just put a price alert. Wow, is this? Oh, Fulcrum. I'm sorry. I might have. You know what? I was thinking of something else. I was looking at Fluence, but it was FULC that was. Yeah, FULC had a big pre-market move, but it's been really choppy. Actually, it's not that choppy. It's just a fair, well, about a 25-cent range on that 2 minute. Starting to move again, moving again though. It's another low floater, guys. WHLR, another really low float, 690,000. So as we speak, the low floaters are not in favor right now. They're most of them are giving it up. Doesn't mean they can't resurrect themselves, but so also using the wave, guys. Look at that 2 minute wave on trade wave on the WVE. See how beautiful it is? Right from that reentry price. So far, I mean that previous 2 minute candle tried to pierce the bottom, but not quite. So, I mean, on that, if you're in this one, I probably would, you might want to take a little bit out here just because, I mean, it's so, I mean, it's parabolic now, but otherwise you can just follow the wave. Let's see on a 1 minute chart. Did it transition to orange at all ever? Not yet. It's just flattening a little bit. So again, if you're not using the wave, I would suggest you at least give it a try. It's part of the standard service. Just it's such a nice visual aid to help you keep in trades, in my opinion. That's how I use it. Yeah, the minute it starts, I mean, if you're using the wave, of course, it all depends on the time frame you're using. I mean, a 5 minute looks quite different, doesn't it, than a two? But when you start to see it flatten out a bit, remember the blue color for me anyway is the trend is strong. Orange trend is weak. Okay, here's our SPY. And when you get the transition, not that we've had it here, but if it, on the 2 minute, if it transitions to orange, it means that the strong trend is starting to transition to potentially a weaker trend. Well, maybe okay. So here's another low floater, a crazy low floater, 520,000, and that's TWG. Lucid continues down, guys. Lucid just continues down. So we are almost, I think, at that, not quite still at that lifetime low. The lifetime low probably is last month's low, 1146. I think could be just looking at that percent here. So if you're looking at this and you see the lifetime position, lifetime range, 0.2% red, what that means is if I had a lifetime candle of it, it would be right at the very bottom, not quite. Zero obviously would be right at the very low of its lifetime range. Boy, WVE still strong. Follow the wave. Follow that wave. Okay, GPCR now is starting to come back. Okay, wow. GPCR. Now you see what happened. Now that was a little more. That was a wave. That was truly a bit of a wave. Parabolic. You can see what happens when it gets parabolic. When the bars are above, not even touching the top of the wave. That's my sign. Okay, you're getting a little too parabolic, and you can see on that candle right there. That was your. If you were in this one earlier, that was your sign. I think that you better take some off. But and then you got the transition to orange, but starting to flatten out. I mean, this could easily start to curl back. We're sitting at the VWAP right now. I'm just going to show you also, if you want to learn a little bit more about the wave, it's part of the standard service. If you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar, docked, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. Okay. And then we have a channel devoted to the wave. It's called Ripster Rippers. Okay. And if you click on it, what will happen is a video somewhere will pop up for you. And this basically gives you a nice explanation of what the wave is all about. Okay, that's the video. Now, if you don't see it, the video, it could be tucked in behind, okay, the channel. Well, you'll probably hear it because I think it loads automatically. But that'll give you an idea about what the wave is all about. Okay. That would have been awesome had you had shorts available for CETX. What do these guys do? Clinical stage biotech. I don't think they had any news on today for this one for CETX. I don't think there's any news. They had news on the 20th of November requiring 100% of issued and outstanding shares of Invocon, $7 million. That was on November 20th, but since then, no news. Okay, guys, again, this is why I have the don't repeat version of this gap scanner. You can see the first alert for Fluence FLNC was at 10:30, all times Eastern, and a suggestion to short 2249. So I can go back in time. There are a lot of, this is a big day. I mean, usually 10, might get about 10 different stocks. And now really good, 2249, getting down to 22 for the Fluence FLNC. Okay, guys, if you're in the WVE, as I said before, I would have been taking some off right about here, when it started to flatten out. Now, this probably what I do is I have these thumbnail on another chart, okay? Just so you guys know, I don't have to have it front and center. I have another chart on another monitor. But my guess is now if I go to a 1-minute chart, we're going to see some orange. See, a little bit of orange. So when I'm in these sort of trades and I start to see it flattening out on the time frame that I'm really looking at, a little bit or a little move down, I'll go to a lower time frame, and I can't go any lower than the 1 to see if it is really truly orange. In that case, it is. So that that tells me that I should be getting a little more cautious about holding on, even though it hasn't transitioned to orange on the 2-minute. Doesn't mean I'll get out of my entire position, though. Then that's how I use it. I mean, there's no video on how I've just determined that works for me. I'm not looking for the buy flag or the sell flag. It's not so much about that. If I happen to see one, before I get it, or as I'm getting into the trade, fine. But and the other one that is a potential reentry doesn't look like it's going to do it. That is the FMST. Well, I'm telling that's exactly. But I was trying to show you. I just used the wave, KJ. Okay. Oops, I typed in your name. You're not a stock yet. I just use the wave, okay, to help me keep in a trade. But when I see this, that tells me I should get rid of some for me. But now it allows me to hold on. Okay, I just use the wave. You have to, I can't tell you exactly. I mean, and I see how this now is beautiful because it's starting to curl back up. So that helps me keep in a trade rather than I'll guarantee in the past I'd be out of my entire position. Well, that's I can't tell you how much. I mean, it depends from trade to trade, and okay, it's not like I'm saying okay, I'm going to take out 10% here or 20% here or 30. I can't tell you that. I just have a feel about it. But I can't tell you how. No, I don't know if it's going to keep going. I mean, it's going to have to take out the high of the day, but I can't tell you how. Since I've been using this for about probably a couple of months now, and I had to figure out. I mean, how I had to try to I had to figure out how I wanted to use it. Not getting hung up on not seeing a buy flag or a sell flag or anything like that. But okay, if you're in the trade and looking at the different time frames, because on a 5-minute chart, you in theory you wouldn't be out of anything. Okay, because it didn't pierce below. But on a 5-minute chart, you're probably your stop is a little further away than on a 2. Yeah, market is making lower highs. Market's making lower highs. So you could have used this, if you see that sell flag up here, it's really, I find the wave, and I don't trade this buy. I don't trade the indices rarely. I mean, I did a lot back I think in April when we had some wild swings, intraday swings on the SPY, like wild ones, 20 or 30 or 40-point swings up or down. I mean, it could have been 20 up and then 20 down. So like a range, call it range. And it was amazing to see these buy and sell flags and the transition and helped you keep in. Now, this is my ideal wave would, and no pun intended because we're in wave here, is this sort of a pattern, okay, where the wave itself is not so parabolic. It's fairly tight, narrow, and then when the bars do not go down below, and they always kind of maintain contact with the upper end. The reason, I mean, it's not a I mean, if you're in the trade and the bars are not maintaining contact with the upper, it just means it's starting to get a little parabolic, which to me means that, anybody who's in that trade is probably starting to take some profit. I mean, the more parabolic it gets. So it's easier for me to stay in a trade as long if those bars maintain contact with the upper end of that wave, upper line of the wave. That's me. Okay. I'm not trying to say that's 100% that's what you should do. Well, I hate to cheer against you trading RAM, but I will cheer against you for a while anyway. Let's see if it takes out that 17. 17 could stall it. There's the next high, 60. Well, on a monthly chart, there's nothing. When is the next high? Well, you got to go back a few months, I guess. You know what? I'm back in 2021. I don't think I really care. Okay, so the next high is back in let's see, September. So we've got 5 years ago on a monthly chart. The next high is around 20. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but so 5 years ago. So I don't really care that much about what happened 5 years ago. So when you say giving it a trial, are you talking about the way of a trial or trade ideas? SN Zulu. You talking about how to add the wave to your chart? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about just giving trade ideas a shot? Okay, so click on my homepage link. So you click on my homepage link, okay? And so when you click on it, at the top, there is a way in which you can take out a subscription, okay? So I would start off with a standard monthly. You don't have to go with a premium and don't go annual, okay? You want to try us out for a month? You can always, so if you get started, just and you can use Barry 15 as your, so click on monthly and then the blue bundle and you'll get 15% off that first month, okay? Do not take on an annual. There's no, you can always upgrade to an annual later. You can always stay in monthly. I mean, we have tons of our customers, lots of our customers stay in monthlies. The only reason to go for an annual is obviously your per month cost is less, but you have to come up with the money up front for the whole year. So I would probably take a monthly blue bundle. I call that standard. I don't know. They give it these cute names. All right. Well, CETX just resumed and it came off the lows and it got halted on the way up now. I'm gonna hang on still. I'm like I hope you make money. Don't get me wrong, training RAM, but I'm gonna hang on until I'm sure this is gonna be orange. Yeah, you see, it's actually turned blue a little bit, even on the 1 minute. So I'm going to try to hang on a little bit. I do have a price I'm going to get out though. And all I'm doing is just waiting for reentries. I use this like a watch list. I don't take every trade, of course, on our AI. I use it like a watch list. But when I see a reentry, especially if it's after 9:45, I do not like taking trades before 9:45. And you can see the reentry is at 9:56. Well, you can just click on it. You can just click on it right here. 127 per month, less 15% for the first month. Yeah, can you not click on this right here? Just click on it, and you'll be taken to my homepage. Okay, and then from there you do it. Because I don't have your email address. I mean, you're not. Don't put it in here. Do not put your email address in here. Is there a problem just clicking on the alert right here or the link right here? Is that a problem? Okay, just click on it and you're here. Okay, you just proceed from that website. So are you talking sell with Luis? Good morning. Are you talking about TradeWave? The buy and sell? Yes. Yes, they do. If you're using a 5 minute chart, you might get a different. The bottom line is yes, they do. Now, there is a scan you can use. I have it up and running. I haven't looked at it at all today. It's from here. So again, if those of you with our if you want to see some actual scans for TradeWave, you cannot ultimately what would be really nice is if you create your own scan and then your trigger would be when you get a buy flag or like your real-time alert would be getting on a like the buy flag or the sell flag. You can't do that yet. And when I say yeah, I shouldn't say because I don't know if we're ever going to be able to do that. But you can at least if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer window, and you get this box will pop up. Right click on it, and then select strategy. Hover over this, and here are all the go down to trade wave, and another box will pop up, and then trade wave by 5 minutes. So these are all alerts on a 5 minute chart. Okay, so let's just take a look at what time is it now? 11. Every every 5 minutes, you could get an alert. Okay, you will like I'm just seeing if there's any. Here's 10:45, 10:50, 10:55, but sometimes you just won't like here 10:30, and then the next one was at 10:45. So what happened is there were no stocks that met the filter requirements at 10:30 or 10:40. So here's BDRX. So this is what it would look like. Now I've got a 5 minute chart here. Yeah. So here's where the alert was. Okay, VOXR. Here's Baidu. Let's take a look at Baidu. Okay, there's the alert, the buy. Now, does it mean you just automatically 100% just pile into the trade? Of course not. But you are getting now. When I look at Baidu, I see a sell, a buy, a sell, a buy. So to me, direction is kind of unknown. It's not. So they're not all. just because you get an alert from here doesn't mean you, just like any other scan, really doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade. You have to have some trading experience, and you click on the alert, and what are you seeing on the chart? What I see is I see something that's just kind of chopping. Now, maybe now it's going to make the big move. I don't know, but for me, it just is something that I'm not interested in. I mean, look at that. Sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy. The BDRX. I'm surprised and some of these that happened earlier. Here, okay, so you had a buy flag for NEE, and from that alert, 82.12. It's made a little bit of a move. Okay, but that's how this works. Okay, so far so good regarding the WVE and the wave keeping me in a trade, not getting out of my entire position. So far, still flattening here though. So I mean, obviously 17 seems to be the stumbling block. It got a little bit above 17. I have a price alert set. Yeah, CETX is making a move. Yeah, so even a little buy flag here. So now I see a little transition now from orange to blue. But boy, that's a monster pullback. It was halted a few times and could not really. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have the same feeling about it. You know what? I'm going to put our price a little bit closer here, 1684, and then I'll put one down here at 1650. Takes that out again. I probably will certainly take most off. Might be over. So on the high side, WVE on the high side. There's my price alerts window, guys. Again, if you're not using price alerts, I think you're not taking full advantage of trade ideas. I think I got rid of my price alert. So a couple of things I'll do. Okay, I'll put a price alert around That's where the VWAP is right now, 928. I mean, who knows? Maybe later on in the day. All right. There we go. A little break of 17. WVE. Now, if it breaks down through 17 again, I'll probably almost for sure take some more off, just because that whole number. That's kind of how I look at things. But I mean, it's not in any jeopardy right now. 1734 right now. But you see now it's getting a little bit parabolic. Sorry, trading RAM, but wow, 11:13. Been a pretty fast morning, guys. So I'm probably going to be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern, so about 45 minutes from now. So let me want to confirm that. So tremendous, guys. 1421 on the reentry, 1734 now. That 20% refers to from 1443, so that would be a little bit more. Again, is it going to work like that every single day? Of course not. But when this was even a gap up and go. So from my gap up and from my gap scanner at 1491. Okay, you need weighted 1491 from the gap scanner. A lot of confirmation with the AI, our AI. How's the other one doing? Yeah, so I mean, it's just sort of flatlining. GPCR just kind of flatlining right now, and sitting right on the VWAP. I mean, the shares are available for me to short if I want to. It really starts to fade. All right, I just had a confirmation from Chris Early at Trade Ideas. He'll be taking over for me in about 45 minutes in our YouTube room. Before I take off, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You guys can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. I've just had the one trade today, guys. That's it. I've missed quite a few on this one, but I was just really concentrating on the other one and not really caring that much about all the other ones that, were being produced in the gap scanner. Oops. You know, the spread's been really decent all day for this. I mean, for something that is so, I mean, you would think the spread is always going to be pretty good with 134 million in the float, but you never know. 78 million have traded. Singaporean stock. Well, I mean, again, 18 now is going to be the next challenge. That whole number. Now, at some point, this is probably going to be an awesome short. I mean, I think most brokerages probably have a lot of shorts available. I know Interactive Brokers has 1.74 million. So my guess is that most brokerages have shorts available for WVE. Boy, oh boy. Now, the reason I still, I mean, this is my kind of my go-to scan, okay? But the reason I still have this one up and running is because it just keeps me really focused, okay? Kind of nags at me. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. I can see it over and over again. Whereas this one, I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened to DYN? Had an alert at 10:21 time. The alert was at 23:79. Really hasn't done anything. Okay. Maybe later on in the day it does. Or maybe I flip the script on it, say, you know what? Maybe this is a better short. Okay. The FLNC, I know was the last time I looked at it was challenging 22. Yeah, it still is kind of, but maybe now it's going to bounce from 22. See, so maybe it turns into a bit of a long play. So that's why I like to have this don't repeat. I just go back and see, well, what happened from that first alert? HOUS alert was at 1423 to short, potential to short, idea to short. Would I do it? Well, no. Why wouldn't I? Because when I look at the daily chart, 1406 is the next low. So I would never do that. Okay. I would wait to see if it, number one, took out 14. And then the next low down here is 1368. It's not terrible. I'd like to see it a lot. I'd love to see the next low looking left around 1229. All right, WVE. Boy, keeps taking out 18 now. Yeah, I have to put a price limit around the 1760 level. If it falls down to that level, I probably want to take out a lot, not have too much left. Even though the wave is telling me, but within reason. I mean, this is just a parabolic move now. So, guys, any questions? Don't be shy, guy. If you're sitting out there wanting to ask a question, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. This is a gap up down in reversal now. This PHGE. Actually, the alert happened at 3:35, so it's making a little bit of a move. I almost got into it, but did all this, and it's so choppy. Again, this is one that got hammered down on discontinuing their drug trial and also cutting their workforce. So, obviously bad news. But like, if you're wondering, well, why would anybody buy this? Well, it's just a trade. People looking for bottom fishing, taking a little trade in it. I'm not in it. I was tempted, but then I saw it doing this choppiness, and I thought, you know what? Don't like it. Okay, guys, you saw how the VE it broke down through 18. I'm out most of my position now. Okay, I gotta I don't want to see it complete. Whoops, what's that one? Even though I know the trend is still strong. It still looks blue. Well, it doesn't look blue. It is blue, but within reason. I mean, it's up 139%. So this is. But in the old days, this is where I would have been out. Down here around 1640. So that allowed me to hold on for another dollar 50. Yeah, I'm not running races, Rick. Oh yeah, of course. 160, 160. You can have as many different layouts as you want. You can only have now, without getting too complicated. Now, do you want to have them both up and running at the same time? No. Okay. Well, then that makes it simple. Yeah, you can create a layout for swing trading and one for day trading easily. All depends on what you're looking for, but yes, you can have as many layouts as you want. I actually have 2 layouts, one for pre-market, and then this is what I use when at my 9:30 layout, I call it. Well, if you're looking for swing trades, what I would okay, when you say a template, do you have an idea about what you're looking for in a swing trade or day trading? I mean, this is what I use for day trading, okay? But that may not be and these 2, but that may not be what you want. You know what I mean? So, well, there's no day trading layout template if that because my idea of what I'm looking for may be very different from you, but it's easy enough. So, what are you looking for in a day trade? Like, what would be your parameters? Are you a new trader? Are you sort of hey, do you have any experience trading? Okay, so you feel that okay, so do you have an idea about what you're looking for in a day trade? In other words, do you have a price range that you'd like, a minimum volume that you'd like? I would always recommend you use the relative volume filter. So do you have an alert window right now that you're kind of using and that's what's generating your ideas? I should have stuck with the wave, but still have some, but not. Well, listen, if it gets up to 20, I'll be happy. So again, do you have an alert window? I mean, you can use, I've got some scans that I'm sharing, of course. So have you looked at any of my scans as an example? I mean, does this interest you at all? This the gap continuation or reversal? Does it interest you at all? I have a momentum scan also that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running, but I have a momentum scan. You might want to take. I think what you can do. I mean, if you're looking for day trading, I mean, the whole idea of day trading, the whole idea of day trading is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, I mean, it might sound obvious. Okay, well then in that case, you can uncheck the gap up and reverse, and you can uncheck the gap down and go. You can just look at the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse. If you're just interested in going long. Now, what I was saying though is that just because the stock gap down and go went down lower at the time of the alert doesn't mean it could easily find a base and then move higher. But if you're just literally wanting to see stocks that are moving up, then it's the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse. So you would uncheck these two, okay? Because it hit the stop price. Z. There was the alert at 1443, and it hit 14. It actually moved. You if you had taken it right off the bat, it would have been okay for about 20 or 30 cents. Then afterwards, it reversed, hit the stop price of 14, and then came back halfway between that stop price and the original alert price at 1421. Oh yeah, the stops are generated automatically. That's the only one. The AI generates a stop automatically. Now, if you're looking for swing trades, you may not. You may just want to do this 160 again, unless you have an idea about what filters you want to use in a swing trade. But if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and you can see we've got a couple that you could look at. You have to click on the show more, and then if you scroll down, Trader's Eye, curated swing ideas. These are swing ideas. You could take a look at this as a channel. Okay. Okay. It just takes a while for it to load. Okay. And you have different ways of looking at these potential swings. Okay. I'm not a swing trader, so I can't tell you, well, are they any good or I can't tell you, but this is what Andy has done. And the other thing you could do is click on swing ideas, swing picks. Okay, swing picks. And those are there are five of them every week. And you can take a look at this, and there's actually a little blurb about them, an idea about where to get in, where your stop is going to be and all that. So you could take a look at that. That could be your swing channel, if you will. Okay. And then you don't have to create anything. So you can take a look at those two. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm back. So WVE is still doing it. I don't have very much left, but it's still doing it. Whereas CETX garbage. Seriously, I mean, it is just yeah. It looked like it was going to maybe. I mean, look, if you were fortunate enough to play the bottom right there, and it was a nice percentage move, but it just doesn't look good. All right, so now we're getting a little more. Okay, wait. WVE met Jeffrey's base case. Jeffrey's analyst said the lowest therapeutic dose data met the firm. Okay, whatever. And $26 price target. So I don't think I saw a price target on this one earlier. And again, is it going to get to 26 because they said that? No. So don't think, okay, Jeffrey says it's getting to 26. It's at 18. Let's mortgage everything and buy this. No, no. And I think that was at 11:33 that hit. In my interactive brokers, okay, I could have hit earlier. Truist also, and they got a 36. So a couple of analysts have now, which I did not see earlier. William, did you get the same sort of thing from your or same info from your news source regarding Truist and Jeffries and WVE? Because that's obviously kind of helped. What a day. I mean, now, and this one, CFLT. Okay, 2987 was the alert. Okay, and it's right there still. And the next high looking left is around 3130, a little bit of room. That's that red line. So someday in this month, back in March, there was a daily high up here. Yeah, so we saw the early news IQ, but I'm talking about the analysts now talking about WVE. Like, this is what I'm talking about. These Jeffries and Who else did I say? Jeffries and somebody else. Oh, Leerink now too. Leerink. So a lot of, we're starting to get some of the, and I did not see this earlier. Did not see any of this earlier. It was just sort of the general, okay, positive interim data, et cetera, et cetera. But I did not see any of these analysts this stuff earlier. So they're trying to really prop it up. All right, guys, 11:39. So about 20 minutes for me before I take my break. William will take over for me in our YouTube room. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Now, again, for those of you who are sitting out there waiting for that time period to ask questions, I mean, certainly you can do that, but you can ask me questions also, okay, all day long. You don't have to wait for that 12 to 1 hour. The only thing I cannot answer are accounting type questions, but I can direct you to those who can help you with accounting type questions. Funny man, William. Well, okay, you're talking CETX. The only thing I can see about with CETX potentially is maybe a 7 break. Okay, I'm looking right here at that 2-minute chart and just underneath 7. So maybe I'll put a price alert around 713. Maybe this will get it going for a while anyway. I mean, look at the volume, 73 million shares, 740,000. It is the float has turned over almost 100 times. Okay. 98.66 as we speak. And of course, it's that number is going to get bigger and bigger. How do you get that? Divide 740,000 into 73 million. And that gets you that ratio, the float turnover. Yeah, this is a short opportunity from our AI. Not bad. I mean, the alert was at 528 and 505 now, but I wasn't that interested in it. Boy, every time I think WVE is finally going to really give up that whole number, first time was 17, next time was 18, and they just won't do it. Not yet. Oops. I mean, this may turn into a bit of a late dare also. This is from our AI, 1565 on the alert, 16 now. I mean, it might turn into, I mean, it's at the high of the day. Takes out 16 with any enthusiasm. This is, see the difference in float turnover, 0.05. Big float, 208 million in the float. Not that it has to have a big float turnover, of course. I mean, because look, it's difficult. I mean, for the float to turn over with 134 million, it's traded 90 million. My guess at the end of the day, it could easily be at least one, a float turnover of one. Yeah, well, it appeared in mine also here a little bit later. The my gap scanner. I mean, and I'm sure it was here. I'm 100% sure it was here. Pepe, I'm sure you're. I'm well. I shouldn't say that. But WVE, did it appear in yours? And if it did, what price and time? And we're talking WVE. If you're in the room, I mean, I freely admit I sort of dismissed it early. You know, when I saw the news on it, and phase one, two, okay, phase one, very, very early. 10:10 a.m., 1491. Okay, almost the same as my. Well, in fact, exactly the same. Right there at the gap scan. 10:10, 1491. But the AI did better than both. I mean, okay, if you got stopped out the first time, fine. But if you just waited for a reentry around the 1421 area, and that was at 10, that was at 956. Yeah, no, I saw all that. Yeah, Obi. I mean, I sort of got a little. Well, eventually, I didn't care. But the phase one, I always think, okay, when is the rug going to get pulled? My combo scan has some decent alerts today. Okay, S26 there 67. This is what I do with the AI. I'll answer this question really quickly, okay? This is all I would do. I would only have this window up and running, okay? Number 1. So if you don't have the you have a premium service, obviously, because otherwise you don't have access to this. So if you want this window right here, okay, called Strategy Trades All, click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. We have 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, okay, the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. The other thing I would do on here in the filter section, when you load it, it's very possible that profitable trades is checked. Okay, uncheck it. Uncheck that. One of the reasons is you wouldn't see the reentry because at that point it was not profitable because what it looks at, here's the original alert at 1443. So that was underneath. So in theory, that would not be profitable. Uncheck it. Okay. Because you want to see them all day long, in my opinion. And then the other thing is, so are you following so far? Okay. The other thing is if you don't, when you load this, if you don't see these reentry columns, add them. Okay. If you don't see them. So all you do is you right click in the body of the of this window and go to columns, down to columns, and then it's alphabetical order. You just scroll down a little bit. QRS, there we go. So here's reentry price. So to get them over here, because you have to have them over in this list, you just left click on it, and that'll highlight it, and then left arrow it over. And then you can do the same with the 3 of them. Okay. So you get them over into, and then they'll show up as columns. Now, the other thing I would do is make sure you put a sound alert here so that when you get an alert with the AI, you can put a whole idea. We have sound alerts, and you can put a different sound alert on your different alert windows and price alerts, price alerts, etc. But let's start off with this one because you're paying for this. So you don't want to have to necessarily stare at this to see whether or not you're getting a new symbol coming in. So you right click. This is in the guide, okay? How to create sound alerts and all, but you right click and down to actions. This is the window will pop up. Play sound, check it, set up the sound. Now you can go text to speech. You've got two options. You can have a female or a male. And in other words, so if you want the symbol read out, you can select text to speech, female or male. Okay, if that's what you want to do, or you can click on the use custom sound. All this is in the guide in terms of creating sound alerts, but use custom sound. And then you click click on select sound. And then these are we have 3 folders here. Each one of these folders has a sound alert, bunch of sound alerts. Just click, whoops. Try it again. Okay, so you double left click on the folder, and here are the sound alerts in that particular folder in Mad Money. Okay. And you can just play them. You can just say, you click on one. Here's cash register. You can open it. Again, I know this is a lot to take in right now, but open it and play it. If you like the sound, then you just say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached. Okay, so that's with the AI. Now the other thing is if you haven't done this already, because you asked about how to create an alert window, if you haven't done this already, click on my homepage link. Scroll down a bit. Education section, more info. If you haven't done this yet, you have to do this. And here's Here's a nice synopsis about creating alert windows and top list windows. Okay, but this is 12 short videos to get you started. So if you haven't, at least that's one that you can take a look at. A guide to set up alerts. Okay. So if you haven't done this, you should do this first. Go through them all. Introduction to charts and everything. There's 12 short videos. Otherwise, it'll get pretty frustrating. You're trying to figure out, well, how do I use this program? Well, at least this is giving you. That's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. If you haven't done this, and then you can ask me. If you do that, you can ask me questions. Of course, I have no problem. Obviously, I'm answering that question, but that's how I would, start off with the AI. Just this is, and how to use it. Well, again, it'll be up to you. I mean, there's no how I wouldn't use it is just blindly take a trade. Okay, you get an entry, you're going to hear it. Just take the trade, just because the AI is not infallible. So I don't know what sort of trading experience you've got, but I always would click on the alert and see what do I see on the chart. Do I like what I see? And if I like what I see, okay, I'll take the trade. If I don't like what I see, I won't take the trade. My coloring of my AI alert. This? I haven't colored them at all. You're talking about this? This is just the default. Is that is what you're talking about? I haven't done anything. I mean, maybe this. You have to. Maybe you don't have the trade. You're talking about that. Oh, that yellow and the red here. Are you using the strategy trades all window? I don't see. I don't think I can. Yeah, see, it's not shareable. I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, obviously mine is. This is. I haven't done anything special. Okay, give me a moment. Chris is going to be in our YouTube room very soon. So now you're not using the same though. That is from that says strategy trades all long. Okay. Unless you do this. Okay, just give me a moment. Ah, stop it. Just so you must be doing something like this with your fit with your all strategies. You must be saying we're just long or something like that. Filter. I don't even do this. All long strategies. Is that what you're doing? Because that's I don't do that. I mean, I want to see them all. I don't click on the long. Just okay. Just see them all day. I mean, that you would not have seen the 1421 reentry. Now you may have still seen it. I shouldn't say that. You may have still seen it because it's just a long strategy. So I guess you would have, but the way I use it, I don't I want to have none in the filter because then I'm going to see this reentry. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm going to put the YouTube link in now. Chris is going to be in our YouTube room very shortly, soon. Give me a moment, Chris. I heard a little pop. Okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now. and I will put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour, okay, in the main room. And muting myself. And now I can do the official welcome to Mr. Christopher Varley in our
You need a break,
YouTube
Barry.
room. I need a break. Oh yeah, had a lot of fun with WVE though.
I see it's also I don't know where you originally saw it. I do see it's an AI alert. So
Well, it's an AI alert, but it's also a re-entry on the AI because it hit the stop and it came halfway between the original entry and the stop price, and from there, 1421. From there, it just ripped.
Wow. All right. So what we would call a trade around then.
I would call that a trade around, or I suggest to people, you can just wait for reentries. You're not necessarily going to get any on any given day, and certainly you're not going to get a reentry on every one that alerted. But if you just kind of wait for them, sometimes that is the best strategy using our AI.
Absolutely. Patience. It pays off.
Patience, exactly. And also, you get a better fill. You get a lower price fill. So
yeah. Gives you time to not chase.
Yeah, and I just say, okay, listen, AI was just a little bit early in that alert.
Yep.
It's not infallible, and the original premise was fine, just a little early.
Exactly.
And that's my story. So anyhow, yes, I will
go get yourself a break.
I need a break. Yes.
All right.
See you in about an hour, Chris.
Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. So Barry heading for a break. Let me see. What do we got? Eyes. Yes. All right. Looks good. My screen is up. Perfect. So, all right, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. We're looking at Monday, the 8th of December, 2025. Winding down the year here very quickly. As per usual, no pre-done content for this, folks. So I will rely on you all to drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for out of the software, as per usual. If you are not asking any questions, you're not engaging, I will do my best to keep this informative and engaging myself. I just always do feel it's best if you folks are asking the questions based on your own personal needs with the software. And as I've said many times before, often the question you're asking is similar or perhaps even exactly the same as questions someone else may have, and start up a good back and forth and dialogue, getting that good, helpful community vibe out there. As I said before, if not, do my best to keep this informative and engaging relative to software and or the market. And let's see. GoCon, I need your help creating an alert or list window. I want to find stocks on 1 or 2 minute chart. 9 EMA crosses VWAP up. If that cannot be done, 2 minute chart, 8 SMA. Yeah, so we don't have EMAs, but we do have the SMA. We do have SMAs. So let's start with an alert window here. And I appreciate the question. Thank you. Let's see if we can't get you something workable here. All right, so we're going to start with an alert window here. And I'm going to share a video that I did on cross alerts, my take on them and how to do them. But you could save the video for later. I just want to share it now. Bookmark it and look at it at your own leisure. But we're going to do this together now on screen. But just to give you something, a tool or some information to reference later on when we're not doing this. So the first thing I'd be doing is this. Let's come to the search and let's find VWAP. We want distance from VWAP 1. That's going to be that's just VWAP. We're going to add that filter. And if we're looking for a cross, what I always suggest to people is to bracket price in on the whether it's the moving average and or the VWAP. And what do I mean by bracketed in? So I'd put in something like we're going to start maybe a little wider here, but you could always tighten it up with a minus 0.25. And essentially, if we use this little, essentially what it's saying, and we can use this little magnifying glass called the show me function here. We're saying show me stocks where the price is above the VWAP, price is at the VWAP, or it's no more below than 0.25. You could tighten this up and go minus 0.15 if you wanted. You know, we change it here. We'll see it make that adjustment right there in the scan. But I always like when I'm first building a scan, I want to see a little more data at first. This way, I can make the adjustments to know what I want to get rid of while trying to keep the things I want to see. And there's always a trade-off when you're adjusting filters and their values, adding filters, subtracting filters. You know, the more filters you add, the tighter the values, or the more values you add to them, the less stocks you will see in general. The looser they are, the less filters, so on and so forth, the more you're going to see. So it's that trade-off, right? You know, there's no quote perfect scan. All right, so the other half of the bracket, we're going to put a 0.25 in the max. So now we've bracketed price around the VWAP like that. So we're looking at stocks that are no more than this above it. They're no more than that below it, but they're also could be right at it. So it's either about to crossing, or it's just crossed the VWAP. So we'll press OK on that. And we're going to look for our SMA. What did you say? You want an 8 and 2. So SMA, let's see what we got for us here. SMA 8. Let's go down. So the 8 period, 2-minute chart. There we go. We're going to add that filter, and we're going to do the exact same thing here. I'm going to bracket it in 0.25% above and below. All right. And now the next step of this for me on the cross alert would be looking at bullish alerts. So we got the 5-minute high, which is a good default I like to go to for this. Assuming we're looking for crossing crossing on the up, you were looking for crossing on the down, you'd use the 5-minute low. We could add that alert. We also may consider for crossing to, it doesn't matter which side. There's a running family, running up and running down. You may consider adding 1, 2, or all of these, you know, depending, obviously, green being bullish, red being bearish, which side we want to look at in that regard. You can add these alerts as well. You can have multiple alerts in a scan. My big suggestion is this. You know, if you're adding multiple alerts to scan, make sure the alerts you're adding make sense for the scan and the filters. One guide here to look at is green means a bullish alert, red means a bearish alert, and blue will generally mean, not generally, blue will mean, find the blue one, will mean neutral. So let me find some neutral ones here. There we go. So these are neutral ones here. So those are the things that I would do if I was building a cross alert personally. And from there, you know, you're going to want to, whatever volume metrics, price metrics you want, so on and so forth. You know, you want some kind of price range between X price and X price, or simply just above X price, or simply just below X price, where you want to say it's traded at least X amount of shares on the day, you know, things of that nature. If you want to see it up over a certain percent on the day from the close, the open, you know, any of the other things that you would be looking to add to filter set filter set to eliminate stocks that you don't want to see whatsoever. Again, going back to the price range, volume ranges, things of that nature. So I will go ahead and share this out as a template to you and, well, anybody else that would like as well. We'll give it a name here. So VWAP 8 SMA on a 2-minute cross. So it's a fairly blank template from there. I didn't give it any kind of price range. I didn't give it any volume metrics, anything like that. Just looking for stocks that, you know, they got to hit this alert. But these alerts, if you're looking for something moving up, these are the alerts you're going to want to be looking at. There are other alerts, you know, you might consider other alerts too. I'll leave that up to you to add and experiment a little bit with. Lots of other alerts in here that you could take a look at. Like I said, you want to stick to things that are going to be, if you're looking for the up cross bullish, if you're looking for the down cross bearish. Just trying to see if there's anything else really worthwhile in here. we do have the 10-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute high alerts, but the 5-minute encompasses all of that essentially. So I don't think, those are overly redundant, and I don't think it's going to pick up anything that the 5 would miss. But experiment, never hurts to experiment. I don't think opening range breaks really make any sense for Fibonacci, no. You might consider the upward downward thrusts if you were looking here. Those might be something you want to consider. Stay away from these cross alerts. I don't think MACD is really going to play any kind of role what you're looking at. And I think because you're looking for crosses, I don't think you care about candlestick patterns. So yeah, just those thrust alerts would be the ones that I would say to add to that. So I'll go ahead and share this out. Let's see, save or share to cloud, save and share, copy. Okay. And we'll put that in there to the chat. There you go. And let me know if you have other questions. Anybody else has questions? GoCon, if you have other questions about that, something didn't make sense, you need me to follow up on anything like that, don't be shy. Don't hesitate, please. Yeah, my pleasure to help. My pleasure to help. And again, anybody with questions, do not be shy, folks. Do not be shy. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. That's how this works. Sounds good. Sounds good. And, if you want to follow up with me later, because I'm here till 1 o'clock on this stream, later on, if you had a question, you want to follow up on info. Boy, I'm having trouble typing at trade-ideas. Info at trade-ideas.com. You could always get me at as well if you had a follow-up afterwards on that. All right, perfect. Guess while no other questions or anything are coming in for the moment, I'll do my tour around the overall markets and maybe look at some indexes again. It's kind of boring to me, but we'll go that direction and then maybe we'll build an alert or something. So let's see here. Now the SPY really bending itself out here on the branch. Really hasn't gone anywhere for a month plus, whatever it is at this point. Sideways is a direction. We should consider that, right? Sideways is a direction. But, this area that was running itself up into is was making new all-time highs back here, coming out of the end of the summer into the beginning of the fall. It's trying to hold on to that now where it had been resistance, trying to hold it as being support now. And we'll see what happens next with all of that. I think, safe to say over the next, including today, I think it's 17 trading days left on the year. Don't quote me on that. I'm probably wrong, but I'm not wrong by much if I'm wrong. I think we'll continue to see volume kind of move down a little bit overall. Outside of, obviously, some major event that's unforeseen, quote, black swan, which two things I'm not a fan of, black swan and dead cat bounces. I think those are not sayings I'm fond of, but for lack of any other better terms to describe at the moment, outside of anything like an unforeseen major event, that's the kind of the norm for the end of the year at this point. Qs, not going to look any different really. I think the SPYs look a little better than the Qs overall. Not by a lot, but a little bit. Diamonds, more than less the same as the SPYs, I would say. And the IWM, small cap friends, looks the best of all of them. But nobody had that on their bingo card. In fact, did they make a new all-time high today? 77. That ran right up into a new all-time high today for the IWM. So go figure, right? Two schools of thought there. There is a school of thought that goes way back that says, in a bull market, towards the end of the bull market, it's the IWM, the small caps start leading the way. I've seen it go both ways. I've seen the IWM lead the way and then it lag behind and the rest of the market catch up and pass it and continue a bull market. I have seen the IWM lead the way and then all of a sudden, bang, the rest of the market fell apart with it. So I don't think there's any real conclusive evidence to that one way or the other. The other school of thought that I personally have is, the IWM is a decent risk on, risk off indicator. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is small caps are the riskier stocks. People are putting more work to the riskier stocks in general. They're taking more risk in general. So you're risk on environment like that. Let's see, Muhammad, for a good swing setup, you look for a price above 200 SMA and below 50 SMA. Compare ARCC versus AAOI. I'm guessing you're picking those two stocks so they're on my liked list. ARCC is on my liked list because I've owned this stock for a really, really long time and just reinvest the dividend and buy a little more of it every month for a very long time. So it has nothing to do with, I guess I would love to see some great price appreciation on it. My ownership of it, if that's what you're commenting towards, or it being on my like list, has nothing to do with it. SMAs. Plus, I don't use SMAs at all. I don't use SMAs at all. I don't even use EMAs anymore. I don't use any moving averages anymore. And then AAOI has been very kind to me over the last couple of years on swing trading. 2, 3, 4, 5 day clips having it. I've had it for several weeks at different points. And so I'm watching for it to maybe set up again for another run up to here. But again, I don't use SMAs. I really just look at support and resistance and volume. I'm probably not going to be doing a whole lot of anything at this point going into the end of the year. But what I'm looking for with this now is for it to kind of take out this area in here, actually. You look here, look how much price really loves this area right here. I'd love to see us get back above this with a break back above 30 to take another shot at this again. I've been on the winning side of this more than the losing side of this stock this year. And I've traded it in past years as well. And with all the AI news and blah, 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 this seems to always be a benefactor of most of that AI news. So that's my logic on all those right there. ABR is another dividend stock. CGBD is another dividend stock. Actually, this was something I had owned at one point. I don't own it anymore. It's just on the list still. ON, same thing here. I had taken a position in this back here, coming up over 50 bucks. I'd sold out of it. I should have sold out of it sooner. I didn't. That's the way it goes sometimes. I thought it was going to hold on to these gains coming back up over 50 bucks. I'm watching it again now. I kind of wish I had taken it a couple of days ago. Not just because obviously that candle would have been nice to have been a part of, but when it bounced back above that 50 and it couldn't really take out this low from back here before, kind of had a little more conviction in the chip maker there. It it is what it is. I'm still kind of watching it though. So it's a story with all the stocks that are there. For me personally, I do like this multi-period low of 20. If we were to go into a indicator manager here. Sorry, let me get rid of that drawing because that's not going to help our cause. And we scroll down. Where is it? Multi-period low. I like 20. 20 is close to a trading month for days. And I just, for some reason, I like the way it takes the steps ups and steps down. Like if you look through here, it's like these step ups coming up. I like that when things are moving up. I like it when they're moving down. I feel like it helps me on direction. It also helps me to see how much time it takes to break levels, upside or downside. So it's just the indicator that I happen to like. You know, on my intraday charts, I have a VWAP and an 8 EMA on both. I don't day trade anymore. I haven't day traded for a while now. I just left those on there just because. So yeah, those are, you know, the thoughts that I've got behind some of those things there. Same thing with these the race scans here. You know, in the limited success I had with day trading, these scans were the scans that had helped me the most with that limited success. Just an awful lot of work for me, not always having the discipline I needed to. And for whatever reason, I'm just very good at buying stocks right before they want to make that turnaround intraday anyways. So that's why I've, you know, moved away from the day trading. Thoughts on, let's see, bring the charts up. Not a whole lot going on with it. I mean, can't break down this level for a long time now. You know, it came up through it. You know, whoopsie underneath, back above, whoopsie underneath, back above. It's breaking down towards it, bounced off of it. Favorable earnings the day of, gave it up afterwards. Kind of just grinding this way. I mean, there's no interest in the stock whatsoever. 77,000 shares traded to this point in the day. And even though that's half of what it's normally doing, that means, you know, even with a down day today, if it was having a normal day, it would be at 150,000 shares traded to this point in the day. Not liquid. So if it's a day trading that you're looking for the stock, the interest isn't there. And then as far as anything else goes, I mean, it's in a downtrend at this point, right? You know, since August, it's without a question a downtrend. You know, from March until that point, it had been in an uptrend. So, you know, the first thing for a stock to go up, it has to do is it has to stop going down. You know, we can see here is a low. It's made a new low, right? Here's a high, a lower high, a lower high, a lower high. So, you know, it's in that downtrend channel right now. It needs to start to buck that. So it's got to get up above this, make that new high there. You know, it's going to have some interest come into it. I mean, you know, look at the interest that's here. Look at the interest fading here, you know, increasing interest. And I want to also note the increase in interest doesn't equate into all increase in price, right? See how high the interest is through here. But it topped out before the volume topped out, right? So that's what I could say about YALA. Anybody else with questions, don't be shy, put those in. Also, just please remember, I'm nobody special when it comes to looking at charts. You know, I'm just going to look at, you know, some technical stuff that I like, support, resistance, volume, and trend, and that's it. You know, I don't have any special insight that anybody else doesn't have out there. RAIL, right? RAIL. So another one, you know, even less interest in this stock. Even if the stock was even doing its normal volume, it wouldn't even be at 100,000 shares yet today. Downtrend. Was uptrend with the rest of the market for a while. While the rest of the market continued in the summer, this did not continue. Initial positive reaction off earnings, gave it up and then some afterwards. Look at this level right here. Comes up into it, can't get through it. Gapped up with the earnings, traded up to it, faded it. So, it's having trouble at that area up there. I don't know what the rest of transports are doing, but this is not any sort of uptrend yet. I mean, short term right here, yeah, we've got these up days right here, but going from here to here, we're still down. Needs to really buck that trend of not being able to take out new highs, and it has to stop making new lows. Real. How did you stretch the chart to show all the period? Mine becomes black and not clear. I'm just scrolling and using my mouse wheel. I don't have any special screen or anything like that. Just click on the chart, hold control on my keyboard, and use the mouse wheel. If I scroll too far, it turns, looks all squiggly. You don't see the candles anymore. So you can see here, it's all, it's hard to, you can't really see, you don't see candles, you see bars at that point. If I go a little bit further back, you can't see anything. Yeah, let's see, NVIS. Is that Mavis? Microvision. Well, this is a much more liquid stock. 1.3 million shares traded on it. It's not even doing its normal volume. This is a very liquid stock. But there's no discernible anything in this. This thing is, all over the place. I'm guessing based on news and whatever other things are going on with it. Is that real, that float? I gotta check another source. That's a real float. Huh. Wow. That is a really, really small price for a 300 million float stock. I don't know. This is a tough one because with 300 million in the float, retail traders never move in this stock. It's just that simple. So anybody that's interested in the stock, you need institutions to come into the stock to really make it move. Unless I'm missing something. It has had some huge percent moves, but it doesn't hold on to them. It's wild all over the place. Mike C, what's happening? What's happening? 3 Sharp, how are you? So I wouldn't even know what to say on this. It's below $1. Like there's no real technical analysis. It's tough to do technical analysis on stocks below $5. I feel like it's impossible on stocks below $2, at least long-term wise. The only thing I can say with this is, clearly not going anywhere at this point for a long time. It's approaching almost 2 years since it, had this, or it's over 2 years since it had this, fall from whatever grace you want to call it at this point here at $8 up there. And, it's just been down here in the basement ever since, coming up on, well, it's a year and a half anyways, May of 2024. So not a whole lot. Institutions hold 28%. I mean, maybe they're betting on something, that's in the pipe works, but that would be going towards fundamental kind of stuff. I could say this for those that, those that have done some, heavy research on it and have reasons to believe the price will turn around for whatever reason, contracts, whatever's in their pipeline. I have no idea what this company does. At 90 cents right now, if you took 100 shares, you're only going to, if it goes to zero, you're losing $90, right? If it were to move up $10, so it has a huge, a nice risk reward ratio in that regard. If you have a reason that you believe it's going up through research, not a reason that you think it's going to go up because you just want it to go up, obviously. I'll also say this. If I was gun to my head, give me something technical. Look at this, right? Just pounding on that line and then came right through it. And as it was pounding on that line, lower highs that entire time as it was pounding down on that line. So it was being wedged down before it broke down under that dollar. So it was trying for many, many, many months to hold on to that dollar and couldn't do it. ONDS was Steve's trade week. ONDS. Let's see what's he got going on here. Radio and television. Nice uptrend to pull back. Big move, pull back. Positive overall reaction to earnings. That's held on to. Good size float on this as well. Bit of a short float too, interestingly enough. Way off any kind of lifetime high. A lot of liquidity on this. Things traded 45 million shares, and it's doing slightly below what it's normally doing at those points in the day. Not a lot, but that's a very, very, very liquid stock. Oh, Mike C., I don't know about any of those nice words that you're using, but I do appreciate the flattery. All right, I'm glad you appreciate the assessments. Like I said, take it for what it's worth. I'm not, I'm not some big fund manager with some great, trading portfolio performance mechanisms or anything like that. I can say since my first 3 years of trading, I've steadily improved a little bit each year overall. I'm nowhere where I would like to be, but anything positive and growing positive year over year, I guess you can't hate that. So interesting. So, just something, sorry. Get a nice day up here and we get a pullback. Start to move up and take that out. And the buyers or the sellers really tried to drag that down, but the buyers weren't having it. And it's continued to pop up through here. If it can take this 950 level out, it's not a bad move that could happen there on the ONDS. Again, it's a really, really liquid stock. I mean, 46 million shares traded. And it's not like we're doing anything special in the market today. Yeah, yes and no on the swing trading being more relaxing. When I first started kind of really making the conversion, I had a lot of trouble sleeping at night. Like watching the futures constantly, like, oh, am I going to open up or am I going to open down on the positions? It was a different kind of level of concern or whatever you want to call it. So, it took me personally, because like a lot of people, my intentions when I first started in this world were to be a day trader and, close out everything every night, not hold anything overnight and blah, 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 blah. And so, it was a whole shift in mentality. I had to completely change that mentality. That's all there was to it. But the one thing that I can say is that, looking at daily charts, you're looking at bigger moves upside and downside, right? And I feel like there's just more control on how I'm working what I'm risking for that stop versus what I'm looking for on the reward. I can take those smaller share sizes, and when the stock moves against me, I don't feel anything actually anymore. But at the beginning of it, it wasn't as like, you take 1,000 shares, the stock moves, 10 cents against you. You're like, damn, already down $100, versus you can, now I gotta, much more I got to get to move up to be positive, and it's less, it cuts against you less and frees you up a little more in that way. I have no idea. I know they bought them, or now there's a hostile takeover bid between them and Paramount or whatever. I don't think the market much cares one way or the other, but generally the way it works is whatever company is doing the acquiring, their stock gets beat up. So that's the general rule of thumb is, so here is, the announcement on Friday. So this is kind of a typical reaction. Whichever the stock that is doing the company that's doing the acquiring, their stock gets beat up. So that's usually pretty normal. I'll also say this, and I'm a big fan of this, what I'm about to do right now. Netflix is already in a downtrend, very, very clearly. Then they acquire or are attempting to acquire Warner. And typically, anyways, like I said, the company that's doing the acquiring doesn't do well. So the stock's already trending down. It's already selling. The seller's already in charge of the stock for half a year now, right? Going back here to July, essentially. So 5+ months. It was already in a downtrend anyways. So was it the news or was it just in a downtrend, right? I'm going to argue it was just in a downtrend. Can't prove me wrong. I've got the price and the chart to prove me right, actually. So I'll go with really irrelevant, quite personally. I'll give you another example of this. This bothers some people, and I'm sorry if it does, but this is what makes a market. When we sold off, so here's a SPY chart. Here's the bear market we hit earlier this year, and then the recovery, right? When we sold off, look how long we didn't really do a whole lot for, right? Look at all those months going back to the prior year. Look at what volume does during this period here, right? Volume starts to move down that whole period here, right? At the beginning of this year. The whole beginning of the year, it starts to move down. And then we sold off. I'd argue as a technician that we were ready for the sell-off. The market was tired. We've been in a bull market for a couple of years at that point. The market was waiting for an excuse to sell off. It got its excuse with the tariff news. Not a whole lot changed with the tariff news from here to here. Not a whole lot changed. They hadn't really been implemented at this point, so they didn't really know what they were going to do. And so, yeah, stuff was walked back. But as a technician, I'm going to argue that the market led the news. The news didn't lead the market. And I'd tell anybody that wants to argue with me, argue with the wall. I've got the chart and the price and the volume here. You can't argue these things. These things happen. This is what went on. This is what was going on. Cannot argue this. That's fact. Cannot argue that. That is fact, right? So, that's what, that's my 2 cents on it anyways. Liberation Day. I don't know what that means, but yeah. So as a technician, that's what I'm going to look at. Now, I'm not saying there isn't place for news and things of that nature. and to each their own with it. For whatever reason, I decided early on in my trading life that news wasn't going to impact anything I did. And I can tell you that's the one discipline that I've stuck with. Consolidation could be to anything. I mean, we could find examples of a consolidation and then a breakout without a question. And we could find examples of consolidation with declining volume and a breakout afterwards too. But where I would, go with on this still is, we'd made a very nice move for quite a few months. We'd had a very nice move. We gave back a bit of it. But coming out of that bear market, we made some nice moves. We got some Elliott waves going on in here for Elliott wave fans. Oh, he called it Liberation Day when he announced the tariffs. Oh, see, that shows you just how much I pay attention to the news. If you hadn't told me that, I'd have gone the rest of my life without knowing it. And there's a good chance I won't remember it by next week. What am I looking for? Yeah, so, we'd been in a nice bull market for quite a while. A move, consolidation, breakout. Consolidation, little move up, pull back for a while, and off to the races before breaking down. I'm not right on anything that I'm saying, as far as this is how it should be done. Just, that was my, that's my 2 cents on it as a technician. They might be. I really don't know what's going on with the tariffs. I take painstaking efforts to avoid the news. Painstaking efforts. I long ago decided there's, few things I need to know as far as anything like this goes. Number one is that the price of everything is always going up. Sometimes it's just going up faster than other times. That's all. And number two, always just make more money because everything is going up. That's just how it works. So understanding those 2 things and just leaving it at that saves me a lot of headache and trouble, at least as far as my emotions go. It doesn't matter who's in charge. It doesn't matter who says what. 5 years from today, a loaf of bread will cost more than it did today. A dozen eggs will cost more than it did today. Things like that. So, all right, we're cruising along. We've been a good session so far. I think this has been a good session so far. Oh, I missed something. Sorry. Who put that in? IQ. I'm sorry. I missed that. I don't know how I missed this. Ticker WVE on the 5-minute chart. The B flag appears at 7:35, but the ticker does not show up on the Tradeway buy scanner. Why could that not be? Didn't meet whatever was the other stuff behind that scan, and I apologize, IQ. I don't know how I missed that. I'm very sorry about that. Let me bring out that scan though. Where's the trade? We're looking at WVE. WVE. So the buy at 9:30. Just want to see what we did have come through here real quick. So one other thing to consider with this scan too is it's using pre-market. So doing this without the pre-market will impact it. So let me put the pre-market on. That's going to matter a lot. And now we don't get the buy on the chart anymore there. We actually get the last buy at 740. But still don't get anything, still don't get a buy here on it. So may not have had enough volume at that point. I'm not sure. 640, 55. So to go back and answer that question, this is looking with pre-market data, and with the pre-market data, you don't get the buy at the 930 candle anymore. How would I? Let me look at WVE. Well, first, if I was looking at it for myself, I was attempting to day trade it. Let's get rid of the pre-market here. So I can't go chasing something like that. Just that simple. Not on the open anyways. And in all likeliness, I'm being honest, would be something with that much of a gap I'd probably shy away from no matter what. But let's just take that out of the equation, and let's just pretend if it just opened and it made a nice move here, rejected off that 15 level. I'd been watching it there. Not to mention, it gets rejected off that 15 level, but look how the VWAP continue to hold it, right? Until it breaks 15 finally, and then it makes that climb, consolidates afterwards. So I'd have been looking for it to break that 15 level. Having watched it, hold the VWAP, 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 breaks up through it. That's what that's kind of what I would be thinking and looking at. It's easy to do with hindsight, obviously. Watching it in that time, during that time period is obviously a different animal. But in the last of my day tradings, the VWAP was something that I'd be looking at. That would be something, very important to me on a stock like this. Yeah, when people say you got to take the emotions out of it, it's not that you become emotionless. It's not possible to get rid of your emotions. We're not robots. But that's where a system comes in place. And regardless of what your emotions are, you follow the system because the system is well tested, thought out, tried and true. So you can have all the emotions in the world still. You're not a robot, right? That's not how it works. But you have a system saying, okay, I'm waiting for these whole number breaks, or I'm waiting for this pullback into this moving average, or I'm waiting for this pullback into this pivot level. I'm waiting for a break of this pivot level. Whatever you come up with for a system. And it's not just, oh, here's an idea. This is my system. I'm going to trade that. You got to test the system, right? Trading should become mechanical and boring in that regard. If your trading is exciting, you're doing it wrong. I don't like what I mean by exciting is like, oh man, this is so crazy. Look at this stock going all over the place, and I'm in this stock. Are there traders that probably do that and do okay? Obviously, there's probably some. That's not the normal, though. Exciting. Yeah, it's exciting when you're making money, obviously. Who wouldn't be excited about making money? But your trading should be something you can repeat over and over again. It shouldn't be going to the casino. It should not be going to the casino. It should just be something that, you can continuously do over and over again and repeat it. It should be boring in the way of, in the mechanicalness of what you're doing, exciting in the way that what you're doing works, that you put in the work, that you're excited that your work is paying off. IMMX. That is a stock I have not heard of in a while. This reminds me of my early trading days. Maybe not. Thinking of another stock I must be. Sounds familiar though. Yeah, exactly, Mike C. Before, for me, and I think for anybody, it doesn't have to be complicated in the sense of why am I buying the stock? At what price am I buying and why am I buying it at that price? If I'm wrong, what price am I selling at and why am I selling it at that price? And if I'm right, how am I managing it to the upside? Is it amount of time that I'm going to sit in the stock? Is there a price target that I'm looking to hit? Are there specific price targets along the way that I'm willing to shed shares after? You know, you have some people that are quants, mechanical traders that will tell you, you know, selling partial shares on the way up, you're leaving lots of money on the table. But there are plenty of people out there that, you know, shed shares on the way up and, you know, they're doing just fine. I cannot believe it's 12:50 already. This was like the fastest session we've had in a while, for sure. HIMX. Now that is a stock that takes me for sure back to the beginning of my trading days. Gotta hit the Wayback Machine on this one for fun. And the stock has done some round trips. And in all that time, all these years, it's never really gone a whole lot of anywhere. All right, folks, a little time left here, right, before I wrap up on this part of my day. So don't be shy with any questions you got. I'd say, if, you know, in general, you take one thing away from any trading education, you're managing risk. That's what you're doing. You're managing risk with a system. Now let's take a look. Is anything interesting come through here in the last little bit? LEGN. Oh, interesting on a 5-minute chart here. The volume coming into it, trying to rebound. Down on the day, fighting at that VWAP. Now, just got through that VWAP there. And you're looking at this level here where it struggled. And then at 26 next. If I was thinking to the short side, I would be watching it maybe try to fail at the VWAP to short it back down towards the low of the day. If it gets through that, then I'd be looking at it to struggle back at this level again to feed it back into the VWAP and then back into the low of the day, if I was thinking to the short side. Claudio, I would say, you know, the biggest thing is discipline, right? That's really it. If you have a system that you've tested, you know, whether it's a paper or not, paper or live, if you have a system that you know works, that's where you just got to the discipline, right? That's where you leave your emotions to the side in the sense of don't let your emotions make the decision. You can have the emotions, right? Just don't let them make the decisions at that point. Okay, my curiosity is going to get the better of me for the day here, so I'm going to set a price alert on this because I want to watch this for the day and see what it does. The stock is, I mean, that is the definition of a falling knife right there. You look up falling knife in a dictionary. Down, little bounce, consolidate, down, little bounce, down, little bounce, down, little bounce, down, little bounce, down, repeat and rinse. That is one beat up stock. NVDA, who are you? Interesting, interesting. Which scanners produce the most profit results in terms of... we don't have any data on that, no. There's thousands of tickers coming through each month as far as like the channel bars and things go. So there's no way for us to track all that. And then aside from that, you have an infinite amount of scanner combos that can be created with 500 plus data points of scan creation. So just not something realistically trackable for us. Workhorse. Wasn't this company coming up with like an electric vehicle 5 or 6, 7, 8 years ago or something? A whole bunch of reverse splits on this. It's got to be. Well, I don't know about a whole bunch, but at least one or two.
LEGN.
Yeah, LEGN. Trying to get above that 25. The other thing I'd throw out there about IQ, which has produced the most winners, you keep in mind, unless you had a scan that was producing winners at like a 70% rate, if you've got, 300 alerts coming from a scan in a day at a 50-50 rate, that makes it really, really tough in the sense of you got 150 winners and 150 losers, give or take to one side or the other. There's just a lot of data to make a decision based on, anything. So unless you've got, unless you created a scanner that's got you some really skewed to the one side or the other results, you're going to want that to, not have a ton of results all at once. Right, Barry?
Yeah. So the other thing I was going to say is what determines what a winner is. I mean, some people, you get an alert, and some people, I noticed that somebody said they were a scalper. So maybe some person says, you know what, I'll take out profit at 5 cents.
Yeah.
But others won't, and then all of a sudden they're in a losing position. Okay.
Yeah.
So or it goes down. So I mean, what constitutes really, like, what is a winner? What's the definition of a winner? Seriously, I know people say I'm 100% winner because they trade Apple, it goes up a penny, therefore it's. But how can you make money? How can you make money on Apple on taking a penny profit. You know what I mean? But in theory, it's a winner.
Indeed.
So
A lot of times people ask me, oh, Holly rates and things like that. I say, listen, a lot of the Holly alerts, they get into the money at some point. How long they stay there is another question.
yeah.
Some finish the day in the money, some don't. Some are there for 5 minutes, some are there for 30 minutes, some are there for 3 minutes. So, if we were to consider every trade that got positive with Holly a winner, we'd probably post some higher results like that. But
Sure.
how realistic is some of that?
Boy, I'm really watching this CETX again to see if it takes out 9. I thought this was going to be my, Chris, here's my little tale of woe story. You saw probably TGL on Friday.
Yeah. Yep.
TGL. Okay. So towards the end of the day, of course, we had all seen SMX, over the week going up to 500 from like nothing.
Yep.
So it was TGL. I thought, could it do that? Sort of. And I said, you know what? I ended up taking somewhere around 27. I got out at 28.50. It's sort of towards the end of the day. Very, very happy. Okay.
Mhm.
And then, of course, I come back later and I said 80. And so this morning, I'm literally looking at this CETX because, again, we're in this crazy low float mania again. And look at the volume on the CETX. Like the 102 million shares have traded, 740,000 in the float. And I thought maybe this was, and it still might be. I'm waiting to see if it takes out 10 and really has a bit of a run. And I might take a wild swing at it. I already actually did take a swing from 8 to 9, but I'm out of it now. But I'm if it gets over 10, I may take a wild swing at it. Hold on, and then just wait for $500.
Yeah, but Barry, your wild swings are the most disciplined wild swings out there. Let's not kid ourselves.
I don't know about that. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna take like 10,000 shares. No,
and also the second you sense it's moving against you, I know how fast out you're out. You are not a hold on to hope kind of trader.
No, I definitely am not. Anyway, hey, it's 101. You took you're a minute overtime.
Yeah, that happens. I don't mind. I don't mind. It was a very nice session today. The last few wasn't a lot of questions or anything like that, and I thought we had a really good, nice back and forth. And today was a good one. So
good stuff. Now, what's your agenda for the rest of the week? Are you going to be doing another day like tomorrow, or do you know?
I'm not sure. Steve did last week. I think in theory Andy is up, but I think he's also having some issues with some flooding or something happened. In his casa. So if he's busy with handling all that, I'm certainly around and more than happy to go another round tomorrow.
Okay, because we have 3 traders for 4 days, not counting Wednesday, of course. So we have 3 traders for 4 days. So there's always going to be a double up, I guess.
Yeah. We've kind of been rotating the last half year, whatever it is, week to week, and then obviously if someone's off, we make whatever adjustments like that. So, but
all right,
I'm more than happy to go again.
All right. Well, if you're in tomorrow, I will cordially invite you again.
Sounds perfect. Thanks, Barry. Oh, I got to give you the screen back, right?
You got to give my screen back, yeah, or allow me to take the screen back. There you go.
You're in.
Thank you, Chris.
You got it. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm back in YouTube, back in the main room. Just give me one moment as I get my music all set up again. And announcement. So I was saying to Chris that I did take the CETX, guys. Now look at that VWAP. I was watching it. Of course, I was on my break, but I was sitting on my computer. And when it got over 8, I thought, you know what, just take some. And had a nice run, but I was so aware of that VWAP. The VWAP's around 866 or so. I know it popped through it, but the minute it started coming back down, in fact, I was really hoping it would take out 9. But the minute it started coming back down into the VWAP, I got out of everything. So I'm kind of waiting. I said to Chris, I have a price alert around 9. I have one at 10. Maybe later on, it'll have a move. I mean, the volume is stupendous, 103 million. and with 740,000 in the float. So there's that. Yeah. So the halt on TWG. This is another like maniacal one. Another low float. Here's one, guys. The MTVA reverse split today. Not as nice looking as I thought. I thought it was a little bit of a base under 11, and now maybe trying to take out 11. But it's a reverse split today, and another low. Seems like 500,000 is sort of the new norm for low float stocks. Yeah, I do see the WVE is starting to move again. I'm out of it, of course, completely. I see that it's starting to curl up again. But I mean, again, I don't want to bore you guys because I've been saying this for a while. But I really thought the CETX, because of those of us who missed the SMX, not believing that could get up to $500 approximately, and then the other one, the TGL on Friday, getting up to $80. Traders are going to look for another one. What could be another one that could do something similar? And it's just a trade. I mean, there's no news on this one. And I know in the pre-market, I had high hopes for this one. I was watching it in the pre-market, just holding 10, and I was thinking, boy, if it holds 10 and really starts to move once at 9:30, I thought that could go on a tremendous run, but did not. Now it doesn't mean it's not going to later, but it just didn't do what I thought it might do, just based on how I think traders, excuse me, how traders think, missing those first two and trying to, okay, what could be one today? What do I think of the other? Well, let's see what it's doing now. GPCR. This is the obesity drug. Had the big news. Well, what I think about it right now is that it's a little sell flag there on the 5 and the 2, and it's underneath the VWAP. So, are you looking to short it or are you looking to go long? If you're looking to go long, I would absolutely wait for the VWAP to break. Well, it's underneath the VWAP. So the VWAP is what, 68, 68. So you're about $1 under the VWAP. I mean, but it is, what's the float like? It's a big float, 168 million. So it shouldn't be crazy volatile. But, the longer it holds under the VWAP, let's see if it tests it again. I mean, it broke down below it, but let's see, it's trying to get up into it again. The wave, I mean, on a 5-minute anyway, and the 2-minute, the wave has turned orange, which is, suggesting the weakening trend. Well, this VWAP here is counting pre-market. Okay, this counts the pre-market. This does not. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's been explained to me from Trade Ideas guys that this does not count the pre-market. So that's why you're getting the 66.28, whereas this line here is counting the pre-market. So I was just going to say, look at the SPY. The SPY has been in a downtrend since 9:25, 5 minutes before the market, 9:30, all the way down to here at 12:30. So 3 hours. And now we're having a bounce. And now look at the VWAP. Will it take out the VWAP, or will that act as a resistance? I never really looked at it that way, Z, that the a reverse split works best with a high short float. Not really. I mean, possible. Problem is, I mean, a lot of times, like a short, like the float for these, a lot of times they're not shortable. Some of these stocks. So I mean, but I have not looked at it. I have not said yes. They work best with a high short float percent. Almost feel like I should have just for fun. See if I still have one. Penny stock explosion. Okay, let me take a look at what it looks like. Yeah, we want to put a max of say 2 million. Ah, I see why. Okay, yeah, I don't want that price. I know that seems crazy. I mean, at 1 to 30, but that's just in case you get some of these ones that have really run too. But I just want to 50,000 shares, 500. So here's one I sort of saw it this morning, ORKT. Give me a moment. Claudio, are you still in the YouTube room? I had a question for you. All right, guys, 112 now, and still just keeping my eye on the CETX as it's pulling back again. See if it takes out 9 later on. So as I'm waiting to see if that happens, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. And including all the scans, all the compare count, races, etc., that I am sharing. So if you click on my homepage link at the top, as always, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of either a standard or a premium subscription. Okay. And all I ask, use my code, whatever it is, helps to keep the rooms free. Again, I'm moderating a YouTube room, and what I call the trading room. So if you're in YouTube, there is another room. A lot more action in this room. It's free also. Action meaning a lot more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, if you just want to hear me and see my screen. But if you are looking for a little more action, interaction amongst traders, you can come into the trading room. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I know it triggered earlier. Let's see if it's still, what's it doing now? Yeah, so it's a decent one so far. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's was ONDS. When you get it, you'll get an email and it'll suggest an entry, and the entry was around 9:30, 9:30, 9:35, I think. So we're at 974 now. They're designed for longer term holds. Okay. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Before you contact us. And if you're still not getting it in those two folders, then we'll take a look at your account, try to figure out why you're not getting them. But it is free. Next, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, scroll down after clicking on my homepage link, click on the more info underneath the education, and here are the videos. Getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? That's a mandatory. Must do this first. Not going to make you an expert, but it'll get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering if this program is something you might want to try, I would start off with the second video and go to the end. There are 12 videos, short videos. Go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, free series of videos for you. There are 15 of them. So if you're new to trading, you can take a look at this. And if you're looking for my scans or my information, okay, you click on my homepage link, middle section. So this is what I'm currently sharing. A couple of races, a large cap race, large cap gainers. And then this race is a volatile race. Okay, you get a lot of stocks moving up and down, well, especially up in a volatile manner. Okay, this is a little more gentle because they're larger cap stocks. This one, the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside, is right here. Just look at it this way. You've got two competing scans, both with very similar filters, price ranges, volume, and all that. But show me with those filters, show me the stocks that are moving higher versus the stocks that are moving lower. I mean, that's a real simple way of looking at a compare count window, but that's kind of what this one is doing. So anything in red means the stock is making a new low of the day. Anything in green, making a new high of the day. And here we are. The gap continuation or reversal scan is here. And I know it looks overwhelming because you've got like TGL over and over and over again. Even though there have been a lot of alerts today, I'm very surprised, but this is the don't repeat version. So you're only going to see the symbol one time. So these are the number of symbols that have come through. Usually I would say 10 to 15 is kind of, I won't say the max because obviously we have more, but 10 to 15, I would say was probably more usual. And I have a couple other, here's the halt resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market actives, up and down. Then I've got a couple that I don't have up and running at all, the momentum scan and then Pepe's combo scan. Okay, so I do have some scans information that I'm sharing. You can ask me questions about them if you want. Yeah, we buy. Obviously, people have been buying this one. We buy another very low float. Yeah, 1.96 million in the float. Not a ton of volume. Not compared to some of the other real low floaters. And is it halted? Not halted. Okay. Just looking, I thought it might have been halted because it's not really moving much right now until right there. There, okay, really starting to move now. And this is time at this blue window that I'm showing here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, but I always monitor to see, well, how quickly is the stock trading, and of course, always looking here for the bid ask. What is the spread? I'm not really looking at level two. Just happens to be there, but I'm not really paying that much attention to it. Wow. And did that ever zip up? I'm sure it's right here. Well, that's not we buy, but this is Warby. You can see why. There's a volume component in here, like an increase in volume over 1 minute. Okay. In this in these two scans. So that's why you can see right here. Look at the volume increase for Warby, WRBY. And coming into, looks like it is coming right into the 200-day moving average. That blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Will that stall it? The number is actually 2145. So it's poked its head a little bit above it. And the news on this one is that Warby, Parker, Google say AI glasses to launch in 2026. So that's just hitting now. Well, it may have been earlier, but the first time I'm seeing it is at 1314. So 114. That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty, that was the first little pop, little volume pop. It's not a low float, 98 million. Not a low float. Not crazy high, but it's certainly not low. Now, CETX is one that I'm actually going to kind of watch. I think I'll be around after hours. I want to see what I want. First of all, I want to see if it can, get up over 10, and then just see what happens after hours, and see if it has, a run or something. I'm fixated on it. I know I am, just because of the float and how much volume has traded today. No news. No news that I could see. William, the same, right? It's just a probably abnormal volume or whatever that your service says when the stock is moving with no news. Yeah. So, Mike, he can't. Nobody can post links in YouTube. Okay, so he can't post it there. If he wants to come into the main room and he doesn't mind giving us the cloud link, fine, but can't post links in YouTube. So if he came into the main room, put the link in here, then I can post it into YouTube. But William, this is your favorite one, yeah, CMCT. Okay, so CMCT, another low float, 2.5 million in the float. TWG, the Wealth Group, or Top Wealth, sorry. Top wealth. Well, I guess arguably this was the one. I mean, the low floater instead of the CETX. Good volume, obviously, good volume. And this beautiful base right here. I mean, you could find a way to get in. It was holding the VWAP, find a way to get in around the 11, 12 mark and hold on. Halted now on the way down. So William says he's going to keep the room open until about 3:45. Okay, Eastern time. I'll be taking off unless there are questions around the 2ish mark, sometime between 2 and 2:01. Okay, but still, I'll always stay if there are questions. Oh man, if you had shorts for this one, this TGL. I know some have. I don't. I've never had them. Yeah, you talk about you want to see what I would do. You want to see the example of a great formation on the wave. Look how narrow the wave is. So even though this is moving down a lot, but it hasn't got it's the wave is not parabolic. Parabolic meaning like a big fat wave, okay? But look how narrow that wave is, a big wide wave. Now let's see what happens here. That's beautiful. And even on the 2-minute chart, I mean, that is just beautiful. Narrow, narrow, narrow. That's what you want to see. Keeps you in the trade a lot longer. And just to show you at 10:10, again, I had no shorts, but at 10:10 for TGL, 10:10 the time, the alert was at $30. We're at 16.94 now. Boy, if you had shorts. Hope somebody took advantage of it. And it was just halted again on the way down. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's a TWG. I'm sorry. Don't want to scare anybody who might be still in this. I was thinking of the other one, TGL. So TWG halted on the way up. See this wave, not as good. I mean, yes, it's blue, but look how choppy it is. Wide, very wide. Hard to keep in the. Well, it's certainly an entire position, in my opinion. Wow. So on Friday, the low was $7. We've seen this before. We have seen this one before. This does not get up to $1,500 or more. In case you're wondering, no, this did not get up to $220,000 or $1.3 million. No, it did not. This is reverse split adjusted. Okay, that is so back in wow, August. I mean, it's not that long ago. 3 years ago. So reverse split adjusted. It's looking at $1.38 million. Again, how do you get that? Well, you take every single reverse split they did, take all the ratios. So let's pretend 1 to 20, 1 to 40, 1 to 100. You multiply 20 by 40 by 100 by all the reverse splits, multiply by that and multiply that by the current price, and that's what you'd get. So you can see that based on the fact that it, reverse split adjusted, it was at 1.45 million. It's done many, many reverse splits. Same as this one did WHLR. Many reverse splits. It's always fun to go back and see. There we go, 9.5 million. 9.5 million. And who knows, maybe even more. 14.7 million. 20.2 million. Yeah, unbelievable. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so this is the reason, I guess, for WeBuy moving higher, entered into a collaboration agreement with Witstar Group to jointly design and promote cross-border education-related and cultural exchange programs between China and Malaysia. Okay, so here's your news for WeBuy. That actually was, that was in the pre-market. You saw all this. You could have seen all this right at 6 o'clock, all in the pre-market. Didn't really see WeBuy in the pre-market. All right, this has been it's taken its time, but HOUS, we had an alert, a short alert on this one at 11:16, and the alert price was 14.23. So really hasn't moved that much. Yeah, the relative volume is only 0.81, meaning it's not trading even normally up to this time of day. And the market. So we had this little look at that. I mean, you want to talk about a VWAP stop? Look at that. Look how the VWAP just stopped it, and now continuing down. Well, I don't know who asked me about the GPCR potential short, but we talked about that. Look, in fact, it was right here. I know what time it was. It was right here. You can find the time. 106 Eastern time. Somebody asked me about it, and I said, "Well, it took out the VWAP bit, and then I said, let's see what is it going to do." It got back into the VWAP. It held it. So you could have taken that short right around here, 67.58. And then put a stop just over the VWAP. Would have been a pretty tight stop, and and then ride the wave down. I don't know if you did that. Okay, that was you, Stephen. Good. I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room. The low of the day is down here. No, I know you're not thinking it's going to get there, but or maybe you are. Well, there's the 20 for TWG. Yeah. Honestly, I thought this was. I thought that that's what CETX would do. Now, you know what no, I'll tell you what, the big difference is, okay, oh, okay, that destroys that theory. I thought the other one, I thought TGL is a US company, SMX was not, and CETX is a US company. TW Top Wealth is not a US company. I usually find that it's the non-US companies are the ones that can go really crazy, but certainly the TGL was a non-U or a US company and it went crazy. So, but I'll bet that if I looked at the ones that really have gone crazy, they're non-US, probably China, Singapore, and low float, of course. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not seeing any questions at all, so I will hang around to 2 o'clock, but I'm going to put myself on mute now. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself. Can't do it, Mike. He can't post a link in here. He would have to come into the other room and give me the link. Okay, because he cannot post it in here. I can't. Okay, and he may be gone now anyway. But no, you see what I mean. You guys can't post anything in here. I can, but but nobody else can. And so he would have to come into the main room, post the link, and then I could copy it and post it into a YouTube. It's a YouTube thing, okay? It's not us. I invited him to come into the main room, but I maybe he left already and he didn't come in. So not much I can do about it. All right, guys. Oops. Okay, guys. Okay, YouTube. You guys in YouTube can hear me. Okay. I think I'm out of here, guys. I don't see any questions, so I'm not going to hang around if there are no questions. So thanks for all the help all day long, as usual. Obi will open the room tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'll get on the mic at 9. I'll open YouTube at 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 there also. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to be hanging around here, so if there is a question, I can hop back on. But ultimately, I'm just going to put myself on mute now. And YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down.